So, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. Let's make an applause to... Thank you. Thank you very much. So it's a pleasure to have you all here in this wonderful Aula Magna here in Padua. It's our main event day, main day of the World Conference. We are all here as an alliance. We know it's been a tough period, so it's also a pleasure, and we're grateful for everybody to be here in the same place, and we are sure it's going to be a beautiful day and beautiful days together. I'm Pietro Osti from the University of Padua. With me, of course, Veronica Costa.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry. So, Veronica, let's start.
Let's start. So if you're wondering what we are going to do today and which is the agenda of today's session, you can check it on our app. The organizational committee decided to be very environmental friendly. We decided not to have papers, except for Pietro and me, of course. Yeah. And of course, you can check the agenda, and you can use it also to access our events. So if you haven't downloaded it yet, please do it now, or today, or afterwards. But please do it, and maybe we're going to use it even afterwards. So...
Yeah, today we're going to have all our action line speeches, all our guest speeches. There will be, of course, time for question and answers, because as an alliance of university, we have a lot of questions, a lot of ideas that we want to share to each other. So please feel free also to participate in the discussions. And I think we can start with, of course, our first speech.
Of course, it's time for our rector, Professor Mapelli, for the first welcome words.
Dear all, with great pleasure, I would like to welcome the representatives of our academic community, guests, rectors, and delegates of the university gathered here today that share the Arqus Alliance mission experience. In particular, we welcome you to the heart of the University of Padua, the Aula Magna, the Great Hall, which has recently undergone a restoration that has brought it back to its original classical splendor. This hall is an iconic place for us at the University of Padua. Within these walls, the echo of freedom has always resonated, not only in our motto, Universa Universis Patavina Libertas, but also in our work. Freedom is our raison d'être. Freedom is even more important today as the University of Padua celebrates its 800th anniversary. We work to be as proud of our future as we are of our past. And it is for this reason that we are extremely thankful that the University of Padua is the host for this year's Annual Conference of the Arqus Alliance, an alliance whose cornerstone is freedom, freedom to learn, and freedom to research. Science is a universal language that is a cornerstone of freedom and provides a foundation for the betterment of humanity. As you enter the Aula Magna, you cross the Hall of 40, Sala dei 40, where you saw the Galileo Galilei's podium, as well as the portraits of 40 foreign scholars who chose Padua for their studies centuries ago. It was here at the University of Padua that they trained in their respective fields, flourished, and then shared their knowledge with others, oftentimes in their countries of origin. And inside, we could interpret the wonder of these scholars as the forming a Europe of science centuries before the creation of Europe as a political and democratic society. Today, history repeats itself. Fortunately, in this case, here we are, each of us with their own experience, collaborating and sharing a vision based on the ideals of inclusion, multilingualism, innovative education, quality, research, entrepreneurship, and active involvement for a better Europe. Freedom for the betterment of humanity cannot be taken for granted. Recent events, where the cowardly and bloody aggression suffered by Ukraine's citizens, stir our conscience and urge us once again to call for peace from this hall, where a university actively works towards defending, supporting students, researchers, and lecturers at risk. Freedom is the fundamental value that guides our work and our choices. On this well-defined path, we will continue to work together towards our common objectives. I wish you a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you to our rector for this first speech, and inspiring one. Of course, the title of the conference, it's free to choose, fostering access to higher education in European universities. So freedom is like one of the main content we will see and we will talk about in the conference.
So we're really lucky because today we can see so many faces in our wonderful Aula Magna, some of them very familiar and some new ones that we're going to meet. But we're really lucky because we also have an audience that is following us online. Thank you to the streaming. And also we have people that can join and that can reach our conference via online methods. So I'd like to introduce Mrs. Vanessa Debiais-Sainton, Head of Higher Education Unit at the European Commission.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here together with you, even virtually, during this annual conference of the Arqus European University. And I am quite pleased to see that life is getting back to normal, almost, with physical meetings today to facilitate exchange of ideas. But of course, one needs to carefully measure words when speaking about what is normal, when bombs are falling on innocent people a few hours away from Brussels and from Padua. In such tormented times, being outraged is not enough. And I would like to express, on behalf of the European Commission, our deep sorrow at the death of filmmaker Mantas Kvidaravicius, who was part of your community. I know that many of you, universities, students, professors, administrators, are fully mobilized to support refugees from Ukraine, and I thank you for this remarkable support and mobilization. The Commission very much welcomes the recent statement of the 41 European Universities Alliances calling for the restoration of peace, democracy, and respect of human rights. The Commission also stands firm with the people of Ukraine. We are acting swiftly and with determination in solidarity with the education and culture communities in Ukraine, with their students, academics, and scientific community. We are mobilizing our programs like Erasmus+ to provide support in universities in Europe to help students and staff from Ukraine to study and teach in your universities. All your universities, if they wish so, can use unspent Erasmus+ budget to offer 12-month scholarships to students from Ukraine, as well as to integrate as much as possible staff who are refugees themselves. We also facilitate support to higher education ministries of the countries receiving Ukrainian refugees. In this context, one may think it is secondary to discuss with you the recent Commission initiatives in higher education and the key role of European universities. I truly believe it is not. I would even say that in such difficult times, a sustainable and long-term perspective on university cooperation across borders is more needed than ever, and I am looking forward to our panel discussion this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Vanessa Debiais-Sainton. Of course, one of the particular interesting things about Padua that you may have noticed in these first days of the conference is that we are very much linked to our city, and so university and the city of Padua basically they live together. So our next speaker.
It's Mr. Carlo Pasqualetto, Councillor of the city of Padua. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great honor for me to warmly welcome you all in our beloved city, Padua, on behalf of our mayor, Mr. Sergio Giordani. Our mayor asked me to share his greetings to our magnificent rector, Daniela Mapelli, and to Miss Vanessa Debiais-Sainton, head of higher education unit at the European Commission, and to all the rectors and all to the institutions that are here today to join this important conversation. I've been informed that this conference brings together here on these days more than 200 people, academic students, and this alliance, this Arqus University Alliance, will hold this conference on the theme of inclusion, a theme that is really important in general, but moreover really important, as the Rector said before, on this tough time for our continent. Inclusion and cooperation and collaboration through international community, it's something that we need to foster, to increase. As a political institution, we need to learn collaboration from the collaboration of science, of university. Collaboration between university is a symbol of true engagement between different thinking. And what is happening in our continent from our generation was not only not imaginable, but even not understandable. So again, the conversation that is taking place today is an antidote to these really, really tough times. I want to thank you again, our retreat and all the people that organized this conference, because as the guy said, for our city, it's a really huge asset, a treasure to have this university here that have 800 of history, and from 800 is bringing ideas and talents to our city. Padua is its university, and the collaboration between Palazzo Moroni and the university is something fundamental. And so, as my mayor underlined always, we are really grateful to the retreat and to all the university for all the value that they bring to our city. So again, I wish you the best work and to take back the best from this conference, but as a representative of my city, let me say that I also hope that you will find the time to spend and to visit our amazing city. You will see that we have an heritage and really amazing spots that you will, I hope, enjoy. And so really take the time also to visit Padua. Thank you, everybody.
So thank you very much, Mr. Pasqualetto, for this warm welcome to the city of Padua. And it's night time, to start with our rich agenda and to go to the next session.
Yeah, we got the first session ready. The title is Freedom and Accessibility, How the European University Initiative Can Contribute to a More Inclusive and Higher Education. And we have our first guest of the session, of course, the moderator, which we can welcome with an applause, Professor Manuel João Costa, Vice Rector for Student Affairs and Pedagogical Innovation, University of Padua.
Thank you.
Please.
That's good.
Bon dia. Good morning to everyone. What an amazing scenery. It is a pleasure to be here, welcoming you to this session about freedom and accessibility and how the European University Initiative can contribute to a more inclusive higher education. My name is Manuel João Costa, and it's my pleasure to be moderating this session with our distinguished speakers that I will introduce in a moment. A deep thank you for the organizers for inviting me to moderate this session in this role. I feel very privileged to be here with you in this role, and of course with such a renowned panel in special. We at the University of Minho feel, of course, also very privileged to be part of this ambitious alliance. Accessibility, inclusion, freedom are part of our core mission and our core values. As Pro-Rector for Innovations in Teaching and Learning and Student Affairs, the dimension of inclusion, accessibility, and freedom has a special concern for my activity, and I look very much forward also to be learning from this session. I will introduce the speakers in a minute. We are very fortunate to have Dr. Eva Egon-Polak, that she's here somewhere. Oh, hello, Eva. And unfortunately, the fact that Hans de Witt that cannot be with here physically, but fortunately, we will have him on the screen with us, which is wonderful. Technology is also very helpful. Again, it was said today, just a while ago. So in Arqus we see accessibility, inclusion, and freedom as the founding pillars for the Alliance. The mission statement that was signed yesterday by our rectors includes clear statements right up front concerning these values. We believe that our mission, first line, is educating critical and socially engaged European citizens equipped for lifelong learning, and I'm going to emphasize this part, leaving no one behind. So all about accessibility and inclusion. We also talk about in our mission statement about the idea of bringing down barriers to effective cooperation. Of course, this can be interpreted as interinstitutional cooperation, but it can also be interpreted as internal, within the institution, getting silos more open to everyone. And perhaps it is something that we should think about when you talk about inclusion. But let's return to the Alliance and again state from the mission statement some of the values. One of the values, first line, the core European values of democracy, the rule of law, respect for diversity and human rights, solidarity and the pursuit of peace and justice in Europe and the world. This is the first line of our values. So it's obvious that we are really compromised with these topics. Of course, none of these values, none of this mission will be achievable if we have barriers to accessibility, and we ignore the importance of inclusion. And nothing can happen if freedom is at risk, as we now very much see every day. And being free, and we are solidarity within our alliance, is also cherishing the liberty of everyone, not only our own. As Willem Faulkner wrote, we must be free not because we claim freedom, but because we practice it. So we should really think about how important it is to be free and to practice freedom within our institution. And freedom is always something that we take for granted, something that will stay forever. And unfortunately, our current circumstances show that that's clearly not the case. So perhaps on the three topics, we have many concerns about our institutions, but let me highlight at least one concern that hopefully we will learn something today to do it better within our institutions and within our interinstitutional alliance. Accessibility. We have challenges on promoting accessibility. Of course, we have underrepresented social groups, which is, I believe, a wider issue across the world. And we have to face very particular and specific social, demographic, legislative, and economic circumstances. And now we have a very pressing and urgent need, which is to think about the accessibility of the refugees that are now being generated by this horrible war that we have now in Europe. On inclusion, perhaps one of the main challenges that we have is to move away from inclusion as a siloed idea. It seems that it's just a concern for a few people within our institutions. It cannot be like that. We have to open this box. We have to make all institutions, everyone within our institutions and across institutions, to really think about how we can design a special, a socially just higher education with zero barriers for all. On freedom, I said it before, we always take it for granted, and that's really, that's not really sure, as we have learned. So we have to really learn how we can keep freedom alive and the idea of freedom alive and think about it and how we can actually keep promoting it under such external challenging circumstances within our institution and across the Alliance. So hopefully, we trust this session will bring us closer together and shine some light in our collaborative future and dealing and promoting with these issues. So, after this introduction, let us move swiftly to our session. The duration of this session is generous enough so we can have a wider participation. So hopefully accessibility to the session and to the questions and answers at the end will not be a problem. And I hope everyone feels included and may want to ask questions. We will have, of course, in the beginning, the presentations of our two speakers, but at the end there will be time for questions and answers. We believe that this session will be the more interesting, the more voices we bring to the table for the discussion. And this means, of course, students, this means, of course, staff, and this means, of course, professors and senior administrators. So at the end, please participate in this session. We really look forward to have your questions. It is your questions that will make the Arqus between the concepts and our interinstitution reality. And so hopefully we will have a great discussion at the end. So I think it's time to move on and present our speakers.
Yeah, I'm coming. Sorry, I don't want to.
I know I'm fast.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. We invite you to return to your place. Thank you. So we also make some exercise, you know, going ups and down, which is always a good idea. And so as Professor just said, and thank you very much for the opening to the participation part, which we think it's very, very, very important. Our second participant to the session is Eva Egon-Polak, former Secretary General, International Association University, and member of the International Advisory Board.
And she will talk us about freedom and inclusiveness, the cornerstones of a new social contract for universities. So thank you very much. Please. Yes.
Good morning. First of all, let me say how honored I am to be speaking this morning and to wish the University of Padua a very happy birthday and a birthday celebration that will, I think, last a full year. And we're honored to be here at this time, this very special time in Padua. To say that we live in an era of unprecedented change and disruption would be an understatement of massive proportions today. It seems we go from crisis to crisis, both natural and man-made, both near and far. Around us, we see the rise of populism, neo-nationalism, reliance on fake news and propaganda, stimulating xenophobia, racism, fear of the other. Those who propagate such views denigrate scientific knowledge and expertise and consider these to be politically biased and destined to control the freedom of individuals. Academic freedom is threatened on some campuses, which are divided by debates around wokism, Islamogauchism in France, critical race theory, and other theories. For the most part, these stem from and try to address injustices in our society, at home and across borders. And if that isn't enough, we also have a war on democracy and freedom raging in Europe at this time. So the two themes framing our conference, freedom and inclusiveness, are not only critical and most relevant issues for our societies and our universities, they're extremely timely, as are all the efforts we can make to create deep and strong international collaboration among different higher education institutions, as, of course, exemplified by Arqus. Let me begin my comments by a few personal anecdotes. They illustrate, I hope, how values such as freedom, which might be deemed universal and understood by all, are nevertheless colored by subjective and personal experiences and sometimes cultural biases. This can make the task of reaching a shared understanding of their meeting while respecting cultural differences potentially quite difficult, but no less essential. The concept of freedom has been especially in the limelight since the beginning of the pandemic, and now the war in Ukraine. At the beginning of this year, 2022, the so-called Freedom Convoy held my personal attention. In the name of freedom, the convoy occupied Ottawa, a peaceful, sleepy capital of Canada, where I lived for many years. It also blocked the Canada-US border. Ironically, this very same border crossing was where slaves who fled from US to Canada crossed in the 18th century. They called that passage the Freedom Trail. So obviously, freedom had very different meanings to those in those different instances. Not even a month later, we watched stupefied as Russian tanks rolled into Ukraine to squash an independent nation's and people's freedom to choose their own path. My 96-year-old mother, who lives in Canada very near to that freedom trail, and I, living in France, watch this war unfold. We were vividly reminded about our own past and the choices my parents made to cross the border from Czechoslovakia to Austria in 1968, while very similar tanks were rolling in to liberate us in that country. My parents also fled in search of freedom, including the freedom to educate their children as they wished. Daily, we are witnessing how the concepts of freedom and liberty are being interpreted, used, and often misused in unprecedented ways. In higher education, academic freedom for individuals and autonomy for institutions are foundational values, but they too carry different meanings and weight and connotations and can be constrained in different ways depending on context. The long history of these values and their importance is very much a part of the history of the University of Padua, founded, as you all know, in 1222 by a group of students and professors seeking more academic freedom than they enjoyed in their institution of origin, Bologna. During the pandemic, we also saw how the cursor with regard to individual freedoms versus collective freedoms was not always situated in the same place when we looked around policy and actions around the world. So I also share these stories in order to underline that in an increasingly internationalized university, we must integrate and learn from the subjective viewpoints of all university staff and students. Their personal trajectories matter, and they color their sensitivities. I'm certain that my personal experience of being different, the only kid who did not speak English, the only kid who did not go to church every Sunday, who had never tasted Coca-Cola or ketchup before arriving in Canada, being different had had an impact on me. This brings me to the value and indeed the necessity of inclusiveness. In the educational system, and especially in the university, it is imperative to enjoy and provide a safe space for everyone to freely express diverse viewpoints and hold reasoned arguments about all topics and all values. This is, in fact, part of the responsibility that comes with the right to academic freedom and institutional autonomy. These freedoms confer obligations on the university, and on one of those obligations is to explore and encourage inclusion of various perspectives in learning and in research. It is also an obligation to fight exclusion and injustice, which stand as obstacles to achieving diversity. Being open to other perspectives is also necessary to understand where our own beliefs and reactions come from. Thus, inclusion and diversity are not only about learning from and about the other. It is a way to hold up a mirror and learn about ourselves. As our worlds become more and more interconnected, we need to recognize that in all relations, there are multiple ways of seeing, feeling, knowing, and even prioritizing values, even those as fundamental as freedom. I'm an optimist by nature, and by profession, I am a true believer in the power of universities and their capacity to change the world. History, and here in this room and in Padua, we're surrounded by it. History has shown how universities, as institutions, how enduring they are. They outlast numerous doomsday predictions about their disappearance because they evolve and change. In an era of rapid change, as we are living now, the needed transformations might appear to be too slow, especially for students, for decision makers, and even for the general public. So universities are often criticized for not being relevant, responsive enough, or even useful in our societies. But to argue that universities do not change is to ignore the numerous ways that universities are indeed changing their mission, and how often they change their mission with the specific intent to regain societal trust. Of course, this is also not the same in every context, but I believe that the direction of the changes we see, or the narrative about the needed transformation for universities of the future, is similar in many parts of the world. There's a growing, perhaps renewed emphasis on the university to play a much bigger civic role. And part of the process of becoming a civic university is a shift in the values that universities adopt as their cornerstones and the place they accord to those values in their mission statements and in their actions. Values such as those we're discussing today, freedom and inclusiveness, as well as ethics, equity, among others, are being discussed, articulated, and adopted in universities, but they're also becoming a critical framework for their interactions with society and internationally with other universities. What evidence is there for this shift? Well, reading the mission statement, the new mission statement that has already been cited, of Arqus, is a perfect case in point to demonstrate the commitment to the social responsibility and the civic role being played by this alliance. Arqus wants to be a societal player. It focuses on equity and sustainable future, wants to be an open place of freedom and pluralism, where socially engaged citizens thrive. Let me highlight a few other developments that show this trend. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, adopted in 2015, unite the world in a shared commitment to and responsibility for tackling challenges facing humanity and the planet that sustains us. This agreement constitutes an important global compact which places responsibility for change on all nations, rich and poor, and all sectors, including, of course, higher education and research. Today, we would be very hard-pressed to find a single university mission, statement, and policy that does not make a reference to their engagement to meeting these goals in research, in curriculum, and in introducing sustainable management practices to their operations. Higher education is claiming its role both as a critical analyst, but also as a proactive change agent in the search for a sustainable future. A second example is closer to home, perhaps. 30 years after the adoption of the Magna Carta Universitatum, a declaration adopted by more than 800 rectors over its lifetime, the Magna Carta Observatory, located just down the road in Bologna, deemed it was time to draft a new declaration which reflected better the current context of universities, not only in Europe, but globally. The 2020 Magna Carta Universitatum takes into consideration the major changes that have impacted on the role of universities in the past 2 or 3 decades. In addition to enshrining, again, the central foundational values of academic freedom and institutional autonomy, as in 1988, the new 2020 MCU adds responsibility to society as an equally important counterweight on which universities must be based. The 2020 MCU integrates the idea that rights confer obligations. The obligation, or the price to pay for freedom, is serving a societal purpose, becoming a civic university. Finally, a third sign of this shift towards more socially responsible actions is the more critical way in which we view internationalization of higher education. For decades, we took for granted that no matter what we did, higher education internationalization was a good thing. Today, the process is being questioned about its values, its value, and its impact. As a result, the purpose of this process became an integral part of its newest definition. Internationalization is not only about academic and scientific quality, it's also about making a meaningful contribution to society. Thus, again, focusing on the why of the process by looking beyond simply the university's own internal goals. There are many other developments that demonstrate that universities have fully abandoned the ivory tower, that they are adopting a more self-critical and civically engaged role to address social justice, equity, sustainability, and democracy. Even the rankers are jumping on board, and in 2019, Times Higher Education published the first impact ranking, with the number of universities wishing to be judged on their societal impact growing each year. Still, there are numerous books and articles about what is wrong with universities and how they need to change. So in addition to arguing that universities are already shifting their focus, let me cite a recent thought-provoking book by Professor Chris Brinks. He's the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Newcastle in the UK and of Stellenbosch University in South Africa. In his book, he not only examines universities critically, but he also points to strategies that will take universities even further towards fulfilling their civic responsibilities without sacrificing quality, inclusion, and diversity, or the pursuit of excellence. The book is called The Soul of a University, and Brinks challenges universities to balance out their very high and almost exclusive preoccupation with excellence by placing the purpose they serve on an equal footing. His book invites universities to focus as much on what they're good at, about excellence, as on what they are good for. In other words, their purpose, especially their purpose to society. He attributes the public's critical view of universities to the fact that they make it impossible to see how expertise benefits everyone. For Brink, the educational trickle-down effect has not worked, and the knowledge gap has become very large, in fact, too big. But in higher education, striving to be good at something and to be good for something is not a zero-sum game. Both parts reinforce each other. In Brink's view, quality is inseparable from equality, and in turn, equality is inseparable from diversity, the second important concept for our discussion today, inclusiveness through access. Universities are complex and multifaceted institutions, and their development is anchored in the national and, in Europe, increasingly regional context. Their freedom is not absolute, and their constraints imposed are often contextual. The national or regional policy and regulatory frameworks often dictate what is expected of them. These expectations have been highly economic in nature in recent decades, responding to labor market needs, increasing competitiveness, international attractiveness, technological innovation, among others. But more recently, and I think the European Universities Initiative is an example of this, social justice, social cohesion, cultural, environmental, and equity dimensions are taking a much larger place in the expected role of universities. As Arqus demonstrates very well, universities are shifting their attention to widen the scope of their responsibilities to include strategies and actions to eliminate inequalities and exclusion based on race, gender, ethnic origin, socioeconomic status, or age. But inclusiveness in higher education, to be a sustainable policy, needs to be about more than a response to external expectations. It is also about the recognition that inclusiveness and its consequent diversity is the road to excellence and relevance. As we turn more and more to challenge-based learning and research, the inclusion of many viewpoints is necessary, just as meeting the global challenges requires multidisciplinarity, so do our curriculum, research efforts need the multiplicity of perspectives and lived realities that a diverse student, faculty, and staff population bring to the university. Exploiting diversity in the most positive sense of the word, though, is not without its own obstacles and difficulties. Respect, openness, self-analysis, and empathy can only be instilled in graduates if these values are the ethos of the university as a whole. And accessibility and choice for learners is insufficient if the environment into which they're admitted is not geared for retention success. As the IAU 2008 statement on equitable access and success states, access without a reasonable chance of success is an empty promise. For inclusiveness to be more than a laudable goal and become a reality in the university or in an alliance of universities such as in Arqus means a transformation of all aspects of the institution. It needs to be reflected in the hiring process, in the promotional process, in outreach, student recruitment, admission, counseling, curriculum, the pedagogical approach, the research agenda, and of course the external, including the international relations. In today's world, it seems to me that universities do not have a choice. They need public support and trust, and to keep or gain it or regain it, they must meet the needs of a highly diverse population and respond to multiple societal expectations. Let me conclude by citing a recent UNESCO report about what these expectations are. Based on a global consultation on the future of higher education. The report is entitled Pathways to 2050 and Beyond, and its message is crystal clear. Respondents from around the world call for a higher education that improves quality of life, brings about social justice, cares about the environment, and places values such as equity and inclusion at the center of accessible and affordable higher education for all. Arqus, in its multiple action lines, and especially by exploring and addressing the issues of freedom and access in this conference, is clearly on track to fulfill these expectations. I wish you all the best, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your inspiring words.
So now we're really glad to be joined online by Professor Emeritus International Higher Education of Boston College, Professor Hans de Witt.
Thank you, Professor, for being with us. The title of the abstract is Internationalization and Europeanization in Challenging Times, Obstacles and Opportunities for More Inclusive and Socially Responsible Networking and Cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak to you from Amsterdam, the Netherlands, to your conference. Congratulations on the University of Padua with its 1800th anniversary. And thank you, Manuel, and also Eva, for your introductory remarks, which align very much with my views and perceptions. We are indeed living in very challenging times for society, for higher education, and for international cooperation. The year 2020 can be seen as a turning point with the impact of and lessons learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and the urgency of climate change and the realization of sustainable development goals coming to the forefront, as Eva has been addressed. This all, unfortunately, is happening in a negative context of increasing geopolitical tensions and decreasing academic freedom, inclusiveness, and equity. The Russian invasion in Ukraine has a devastating impact on that country and its population, as well as its higher education, and it requires all our support. I have myself the privilege to accommodate already for 3 weeks in our house a family of 5 refugees from Ukraine. And by that, every day, we only not see how they suffer from that important decision to flee, but also how they notice how friends and families are affected, even in that because of this horrific genocide by the Russian invasion and the Putin regime. But the impact is broader, with the people of Russia and its academic community returning after a period of openness and international cooperation during the past 3 decades to complete isolation and repression as during the first Cold War. Also there, I personally have faced how many of my Russian academic friends and colleagues have either to decide to flee their country or now are struggling with how to deal with what the regime is doing to their brothers and sisters in Ukraine, but also to their own professional life and their personal life. It's quite shocking how suddenly the world has changed. We also see, as a consequence of that, a stronger global divide between democracies and authoritarian regimes, and a resulting divide between academic freedom and a lack of it. China being unfortunately an other, but certainly not the only other example that we are seeing in the world. What this all means for equity, inclusion, and freedom in higher education has been well addressed by Eva Egelman-Polak. I will be focusing much more on the impact of on internationalization and global academic cooperation exchange. Over the past 3 decades, we have seen internationalization in higher education move from marginal, ad hoc, and fragmented activities into more strategic and central policies at the institutional, national, European, and global level. But we also have seen higher education moving away from its traditional values of cooperation and exchange towards a more exclusive and competitive focus. Internationalization has become associated more and more with competition for students, scholars, positions in rankings, and access to top academic journals for only a small elite of institutions, academics, and students. We also have seen reactions to this shift in paradigm, as my colleague Marijke van der Wende has been writing, from cooperation to competition. A reaction including appeals for internationalization at home and of the curriculum, collaborative online international learning or virtual exchange, and internationalization at the service for society. We see both in Europe and elsewhere that this appeal for a more inclusive and comprehensive form of internationalization is well received and gets attention in national and institutional policy briefs and documents. But unfortunately, at the same time, it stays in almost all cases by nice words on paper and in oral declarations. The reality was and still is predominantly that internationalization is mobility, exchange, and cooperation for and between a small elite of countries, institutions, staff, and students. A new generation of practitioners and scholars is challenging this neoliberal view of internationalization as a revenue source, dominated by Anglo-Western perspectives and forms of knowledge. The valuing of a broader range of epistemologies, including those from the Global South and indigenous communities, not only allows internationalization to become more inclusive, but also encourages innovation. And furthermore, there's more interrelatedness between internationalization and other significant concerns needed. As argued by Elspeth Jones, my colleague from the UK, and I quote, "Equality, diversity and inclusion, social justice, decolonization, global power relations and geopolitics, human rights, anti-racism, gender identity and equality, ethics, multiculturalism, and sustainability are just some of the related elements which all have to play an important role in broadening our understanding of internationalization." End of quote. Internationalization in higher education is a multifaceted evolving phenomenon. It touches on a wide scope of issues and can be defined in a multitude of ways. Its concept continues to be refined and revised, and theories and definitions adjusted to match new and evolving understandings and changing contexts. there's not one model of internationalization that fits all universities and institutions of higher education in the world. Context is very important, and also intention, as defined in the definition that Eva Egon-Polak quoted of, is clearly saying, it doesn't go by itself. We have to make a difference. We have to make it adaptable to the needs of our individual context. These critical reflections on internationalization are important in response to its predominant existing still focus on mobility, revenue generation, and soft power. Even in the global south, very few countries and institutions have inclusive and sustainable development policies in place. So there's still a long way to go, both here in Europe, the Anglophone world, and in the global south, to make internationalization more sustainable and more inclusive. So the big question that we face now is, will higher education and its international dimensions post-COVID-19 and in the current situation of geopolitical tensions go back to the old normal? Or will innovative and transformative forms of inclusion emerge? And how can the European University Initiative and this alliance contribute to the realization of more inclusion and social responsibility in higher education? The ambitions were very high pre-pandemic, also in the European University Initiative alliances. Most of them said we have to increase in-person mobility to over 50% between the partners. But at the same time, there was little attention to alternative options of mobility and with a lack of awareness of the potential negative implications of that mobility in person for society. And then during Corona, almost all teaching and learning, as well as in-person mobility and exchange, came to a stop, and we had to get used to online delivery from nearly zero. Also, the AUA alliances and the European Commission had to adapt their objectives and targets for mobility and exchange. Unfortunately, we see indeed that virtual mobility and exchange is now more active than before, contributing to both inclusiveness, as more staff and students can benefit from online delivery, and to saving our planet. So let us not return completely to the old normal in mobility, but be more selective in relevant in-person mobility and exchange. Let us set virtual exchange as the new standard for mobility, and let us be more aware of the broader dimensions and implications. We can do much more and much better many things online, to start with seminars, workshops, and meetings. Just as a simple example, why should I have traveled to Padua for 1 or 2 days to participate in this panel? Of course, Eva and most of you could combine it with other activities to make it worth to do so. In the past, I would still have also traveled to Padua and its beautiful university, even if only for this panel, and for sure I would have loved it, as I loved past visits to the city and the university. Would it really have been necessary? One can seriously question if that would have been the case. Internationalization for society, the international dimension of the third mission of universities, requires us to be more conscious in our education, our research, and our services of what are the implications of inclusiveness and climate change of our international cooperation. It will allow us to be more effective and extensive in our interactions, also in the Arqus Alliance. The European University Initiative, as well as the development of a European degree label and maybe in the future a European degree, are welcome to make higher education more European as well as inclusive. They allow us to work more intensively together to address the needs of Europe and beyond. And we for sure will discuss this more in this panel and during this conference, but let me give a warning based on over 40 years in international cooperation exchange as a practitioner and as a scholar. We have to be careful not to move too quick in making radical changes. Alliances such as Arqus are asked to be innovative and transformative, and this is important indeed. They also have to be inclusive in bringing internal and external stakeholders together. All positive, but it takes time to do so well. It's better first to learn before broadening the alliances and extending its number. What we mean with being European, innovative, transformative, and inclusive, in my view, has not yet been that clear and not yet sufficiently experienced. Sometimes a little exclusiveness is important to start, to make real inclusion for all possible for the future. In summary, as I wrote in my colleague Elspeth Jones in a recent paper, and I quote, a socially responsible approach to internationalization is not easy and requires substantial public and private resources. But it is more socially inclusive and in the long run will result in the tertiary education sector with higher quality. This approach implies paying greater attention to internationalization of the curriculum at home. It should align with other levels of education and better address the international dimensions of social responsibility. This is even more important than it was already, given the current complex geopolitical tensions and ongoing health, societal, and environmental challenges we are facing. I think that all higher education, and in particular alliances like Arqus, have to really focus their attention on the social responsibility and inclusiveness for the future, and in doing that in an academic-free approach. It will be a challenge given what we are facing today, but if we don't do it, we will fail and our planet will be in danger. So there's a lot to do, and I thank you very much and look forward to discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor De Witt, for your inspiring words too. Please stay with us, even on the screen, because we will continue now with the Q&A time.
So we ask Professor Costa and Dr. Egron-Polak to come and have a seat on the stage with us. And of course, for you to think about some questions, to ask them. We have also some helpful assistants going around with the microphones. So
they should be around there somewhere. Yeah. Please raise your hand. Okay, here they are. Okay, exactly. Was not a joke. So, Professor Da Costa, I don't know if you want to start collecting questions. We leave you the stage, of course.
So good morning again. Can you hear me? Yes. So we have minutes enough for a few questions on our side and many questions on your side. So maybe just to kickstart, I could start asking a couple of questions, but hopefully in the meanwhile you will be reflecting and finding your own questions, and I'll be paying a lot of attention to the audience all around me to see who has his hands up. So please participate in a moment. So perhaps we can start, Hans and Eva, with a very timely topic, which is the Russian invasion. So we've been talking a lot about freedom, we've been talking about accessibility and inclusion. In your perspectives, what are the implications of the Russian invasion for freedom and inclusion in higher education in Europe and beyond? Would any of you like to? Eva?
Yes. Eva, shall I start, or do you want to start?
I'll start very briefly, and then you go, Hans.
Yeah.
Well, I think the first thing is that we're once again talking about this issue. And I don't think we have, within Europe, talked for quite some time about the constraints on freedom as vividly as we are now. So we are, I think, forced to reflect about the values that, as an academic community, we hold dear. And of course, it's a question between the individual and the institutional. I think that there is a fairly general consensus that institutional collaboration and collaboration with Russian institutions has to be suspended, because it is not possible in a country at war, as an aggressor in war, to maintain those relations. But I think it's almost as impossible to forget that it is within the universities that academics are probably the bedrock of the opposition to this regime, and that if we stop collaborating and interacting with the individuals within those institutions, we're increasing the impossibility of finding or renewing relations after the regime falls. And I think we know that it is not going to remain forever. So I think we have to distinguish between individual and institutional collaboration, and I think we have to do whatever we can to maintain links with the individuals. As Hans has said, some of them are fleeing, and those who stay, and I think the vast majority will stay, are going to need all the exposure they can have to working with other Europeans and with the rest of the world. However, I also think that it's an individual conscience decision to how we proceed, and it's not an easy one. The implications are going to be with us for a long time, and I think we will, because of the war, think differently about the future in Europe.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I may add, yeah, thank you. If I may add to that, and I absolutely agree with Eva, we have to be careful to keep the relationships with the academics and with the students open as much as we can and not isolate them. I had a blog with Philip Albach in University World News this weekend where we gave some shocking examples of how we do exactly what Putin is doing to his academics, silencing them. That journals, publishers of books, even academics say, we don't want to collaborate with Russians anymore. We cancel you. We force you to do things which are sometimes impossible to do, to make declarations about genocide, which they cannot do because otherwise they will be taken in prison. It's sometimes so easy when you're not in a situation like our Ukrainian colleagues are and our Russian colleagues are, or even our Chinese colleagues increasingly are, because also there they are facing, as a result of the war and even before, lack of academic freedom, to say that we judge them and as a group. No, we have to judge them as individuals who also have opinions and might be different than the regime that is trying to control them. So we have to keep the individual channels open. Also, as Eva said, to make it possible for the future to build on that experience. If we isolate them, there will be no change. If we collaborate with them on an individual basis, and of course not with people who have been demonstrating that they are close to the regime and supporting the regime, we have to make the possibility for the future. Academic collaboration is very important, in particular in difficult times as now. It is much more easier in peaceful times, but now it is much more needed than ever to guarantee that we have a future together.
Thank you, Hans and Eva. So I'm still looking for arms in the air to see if there are questions, but apparently not yet. So maybe we can continue then, and not really getting away from this topic, but thinking of it in a different prospect. So we are now living this very challenging area, these urgent challenges that we have to face, but we should perhaps start thinking long term. And this means that there might be challenges, but also opportunities for this geopolitical climate that is starting now, for initiatives like this European Alliances initiatives, for Arqus. So, Eva and Hans, do you envision any opportunities in this new geopolitical world that's happening now for initiatives like the European Alliances?
I'm going to let Hans begin this one.
Okay, thank you. I think every alliance, every type of networking collaboration in this time, as I said before, is so important. So it is clear, even before we had the pandemic and before we had this radical genocide happening in Ukraine, it was clear that we can only, by working together, really make a difference for the future of our planet. So it is important to collaborate, and the European University Alliances are very important as a networking of an intensive way, where there is intention to really be innovative and transformative and inclusive. So there is an opportunity, but we have to take that opportunity as alliances and not let ourselves completely driven by the bureaucracy in Brussels. I mean, very positive that they do all kinds of things to support the alliances, but they should give the alliances a chance to discover themselves how they can make that transformation, how they can be inclusive and innovative, and take time to do that. We have seen in the past also efforts to try to make something happening, and they failed because there was too little support, too much bureaucracy, and too much an attention of making political use of those alliances. We should not do that. You as alliances need time to develop each other and to work together and include all your stakeholders. Then I see big opportunities for both the quality of teaching, the quality of your research, but in particular also the quality of your service to society. So there are opportunities, but it has to be intentional of the alliances and its members to really make a difference, and only see the support from Brussels as the kind of way to help them, but not let them direct what you are going to do.
Well, I actually think there are challenges that don't bring opportunities. They're just horrible. And I think this war is one of those. I don't like the expression, every challenge brings an opportunity. I don't think it's true. It is, at some point, we have to recognize that there's nothing but negative impact. And that's, I think, the result of this war. If I had to look at what we can learn from this, I would say a couple of things. I think that one is to recognize that Europe as a region came together, as an organization, institution, came together as rarely before that in response to the war. And I think that is a positive development. But I also think that we need to recognize that we reacted to this war and to the outpouring of refugees very differently to the way we react to other refugees as a continent. And I think that that is something we need to not forget as time goes on. I think that that is something that challenges us to really reflect on why did we react this way, and we can rationalize, well, it's Europe, it's close to us, etc. But I think it's more than that, and I think that Europe as a region needs, and all of us as institutions and as individuals need to really question how migrations and how the refugee mobility, which I think is going to stay with us for the near and middle future, how we're going to deal with that. And so I think that the way we've reacted to the Ukrainian refugees has been fantastic, but we cannot forget that this is the latest wave of many refugees escaping horrible situations to which we did not react in the same way. So to me, the opportunity here is to really reflect on how we face migration and how we face immigrants and refugees coming to our doorsteps.
Thank you both. So getting a better perspective of what it is to be a migrant, because we're closer to the problem in a way. Thank you. I think we have a question. Is that the case?
I have a question for Eva Egron-Polek. What do you think are the basic ingredients to feed, to nourish the soul of a university so that it becomes really good for promoting and realizing inclusion, diversity, and social justice? I don't know if I got the first point. What do you think, sorry for not taking my mask off, what do you think can be the basic ingredients, in a metaphor way, to nourish, to feed the soul of a university, so that universities and alliances can become really good for promoting, but also realizing in a practical way, inclusion, diversity, and social justice?
It's not an easy question. I think it is the recognition that universities and even the pursuit of truth or knowledge, which is their mission, is not an end in itself. Even though we say we will pursue truth wherever it takes us, no, I don't think that's... I think that pursuing truth and creating knowledge has to have, even the most distant, but has to have a purpose. We need to think of what will be the impact of that truth. I'm trying to think whether Galileo thought that, whether he, when he was doing his research and scientific testing, did he just do it because he was curious, or did he think it would take him somewhere and be useful? I don't know. But I believe that for universities to play their full role in society, they do need to see where their pursuit of truth is leading. To me, that is the soul of the university.
Hans, would you like to comment?
Well, first of all, I absolutely agree with Eva, but I also think that in that we have to rethink and re-emphasize the third mission of the university. So that third mission has, particularly in Europe and North America, become much more service to the private sector, service to industry, or service to own interest. And we have to go back to the original idea of the third mission of university is service to society. And we'll relate that to what we do in education and research, but also in how we bring the values of truth to society and help by that to really make a difference for society, and not only for the personal interest of academics, but also of the interest of industry, without taking into account that the consequences, what are these for society.
Thank you. Time for your second question from the audience.
Yes, so hello. I'm really glad for all the presentation which you did, and the special ideas which you expressed about Ukraine and the war which we have now. But I would like to come back to the name of this conference, Free to Choose, and the fostering the access. So nowadays world, and just watching from the perspective of students here in the northern world, like in the northern part of the world, we're facing issues with the high prices, accommodations, not enough places to live in, like for example in Amsterdam or Netherlands. Also facing issues, financial issues. which are stated, and I think every student had already before these times. But these are like the parts which we have now. Also, watching to the southern part, there are a lot of issues with access in Latin Africa, with indigenous groups, with all our different parts. So what would be your perspectives, and you know what kind of your experience which you have? What would be, you know, the things which we could take on, what kind of actions as Arqus, as Alliance, we could take for this, especially for, you know, the students who are in the southern part of the world, who are in indigenous groups who hadn't access at all. Their families even don't understand what higher education is. So what we as an alliance could make for these kind of groups. I would be really thankful for your ideas for this question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
I'm not sure whether I understood that you were asking what Arqus as an alliance could do for non-European.
Yes, of course.
You were? Well, first of all, I think that there is a part of Arqus that is globally engaged. There is a global engagement aspect of Arqus. But I think you're absolutely right in saying that, at least I think you were saying that, access has different connotations and meanings depending on where you're sitting. And perhaps in some parts of the Arqus Alliance, it's a matter of funding. In others, it's a matter of space. So I think, in my view, that first of all, the context in which that access is being sought is really very important. And in some cases, it is simply increasing space, increasing the capacity of the institution to admit more students. And that is still the case in many of the global south countries that Hans was talking about and that your Arqus Alliance is working with. But in places where it's not only a matter of space, but it is a matter of who gets in, I think, again, I talked about the fact that it is also about outreach, getting to the groups who may never think about a university because their parents didn't think about it, because their whole community has not really been engaged in university. So going to high schools or schools, which you, I think, are doing as outreach to instill the desire and the hope and the expectation that that's part of someone's future is very, very important. I think that we need to really think about, and I'm pretty sure the Action Line 2 group is doing that, think about how admission processes and standards, because I think there is a notion that access should be based on merit, and merit is defined by success in high school or secondary school, but we all know that that is not necessarily a way to judge the student's potential, and so we need to look at admission processes. We need to accompany students, learners who may not have all the prerequisites and all the tools they need to succeed in universities. And that's why I said just getting them in the door is not enough. I think there is a role for universities to really accompany those students and to ensure that the services and the counseling are geared to their needs. I was struck by Arqus because I've worked on underrepresented groups, but I think Arqus is the only alliance, or at least the alliance that I know, that looks at gifted students. It's true, it is a special group of students that need special care to be nurtured and to fit and to be able to successfully fit into the university. I also think that our faculty members need to understand the different and specific needs that are required when your classroom is very diverse, and diverse not just ethnically or racially, but also diverse in the sense of being prepared for higher education, being able to spend time devoted to higher education, not having to take care of your children or not having to work. Those realities of a diverse population of students need to be, I think, taken into account by faculty members and by the university services. So it's, I think, a whole university approach that needs to be taken to make access and accessibility more than just an empty promise, but really a successful integration into higher education. And my impression is that Arqus is really doing the best it can to address all of those different aspects. So I hope that answers partly. Okay.
Hans?
Yes, thank you. It's a very important, but also indeed very complex issue, the access to higher education, and what does that mean for the quality of education, and how can alliances like Arqus deal with that? If we look at Europe, we have been pretty successful in access to higher education. We are universal, over 70% of the age group is into higher education. At the same time, what we see still a serious problem with immigrants, refugees, and indigenous groups that have difficulty to access. So that's a very important point that also alliances and universities in Europe have to address. How can we do that? And they cannot do it alone. They have to have support of the government, but they also have to align much more with primary and secondary education, because most of the problems for access to higher education are coming from primary and secondary education quality, and also advices from those sectors to those communities. So there's a big challenge even in Europe to how that those groups can be accessing. In the global south, the problem is even more complex. We know that there's less than 50%, and in countries like in Africa, less than even 15% of the age group has access to higher education. And if they have access to higher education, they mostly have to go to private higher education, which is more costly and is in general of less quality than the public sector, because governments don't invest enough in public higher education. Even to the irony, if you, for instance, compare Argentina and Brazil, in the same continent, Argentina has less private higher education and more public higher education, but they don't invest enough in public higher education. So there's a massive inflow in public higher education, but the retention rate is extremely low. Where in Brazil, you have public higher education, which is difficult to access. And so only if you have families that are rich enough to invest in primary and secondary education, then you have access to public higher education. If you don't have that opportunity, you have to go to private higher education. So it is the low middle classes that have to pay for it, and even the rest of the population has no access. So you see, it is all very complicated issues, and it requires much investment from governments and to collaborate together to make this happen. What can alliances like Arqus do? They can at least be global in their perspective. They can also address, like the University of Padua does now with the Ukrainian students, refugees, the issues of refugees and immigrants, to make them much more accessible to the universities, and taking part in the exchange and cooperation between the members of the alliance to do that, and also being global in partnership with institutions in the global south to see how they can help with, in particular, also online facilities of teaching and learning and research to incorporate much more the accessibility. I have seen, for instance, in Brazil, at some universities, very good examples how they have brought higher education during the COVID time to the rural communities by providing students with laptops so that they could stay at home and work at home and learn. So although there is a resistance correctly too much of online teaching and learning for students, sometimes it can bring access to people who normally don't have access. So there are opportunities, and alliances like Arqus could be helping those universities to make that happen.
Just one comment. I agree with Hans, but this is an opportunity for the Alliance, because I think that the learning and the expertise and experience of different institutions within the Alliance are quite different. And I think that, in a sense, there are two things that are really positive about this. First, by collaborating, they can learn from the best and adopt the best strategies in each individual institution. But more than that, I think that they can raise the issue as an important issue because it's an issue in the Alliance. It can and has to become an issue at the institutional level. And I think that the power of that is really important, because sometimes, as I was saying yesterday to the group, inclusion and accessibility are put in contrast to quality, and saying, you know, if we do this, if we open our doors, we will lose quality. And I think that the important point is that first of all, it's not true, but also that by making this an Alliance issue, you raise its visibility within each individual institution as a powerful tool. So,
thank you. So there's a question there. There. So, and here. Okay, let's start on the right-hand side.
Thank you. Actually, the conversation went into another direction now, but I want to come back. First of all, thank you for your inspiring speeches and thoughts, both of you. I want to just share a concern, maybe not so much a question, going back to also what you mentioned, Eva, also how Europe has been dealing refugees in very different ways. Thank you also for pointing out that. But my concern is we can see that the military budgets are going up now everywhere, not only in Europe, but in the world. So remilitarization is the action right now. So I'm very concerned that the budget of education and health will fall and be cut, because where do you get the money from if you put it in that direction? So how can the universities and the alliances react on that beyond just writing position papers and, you know, declarations, and investing in peace education, and also thinking of what we're now discussing on opening the doors, not only the higher education, but the education, if there is not enough budget. It's just a big concern I'm seeing right now. Thank you.
I think it's a really, really critical point, and this shouldn't be a Q&A. This should be a debate and discussion. I don't have an answer to that, but I think you're absolutely right that there will be more demand on the public purse from this development. And yes, it's possible that education will suffer in terms of that. But I think the only lobbying effort that can be made is to quote UNESCO. The peace is in the minds of men. You build peace in the minds of men. And I think it's a really important motto, because it talks about education. You will never have a lasting peace unless you, at the same time, educate people for peace and prepare people for living together in the future. So I am of two minds about the military, in the sense that I can listen and hear the Ukrainian President Zelensky and his plea for help militarily, but at the same time, it's a very worrisome development in arming Europe to this extent. But I think the only way to make sure that education remains a priority in the public funding and public agenda is to insist on the fact that we are educating for peace and for the future, not, and we cannot do that if we do not focus on the longer term. And not a very good answer, but it's the only one I have.
Hans.
I'm afraid it's indeed true that higher education will probably be suffering, like education in general, under the new circumstances with respect to funding. And that in a situation where already higher education in most countries is under enormous pressure. I mean, last week I think there was a report in the UK with saying that 50% of the academics in UK universities are thinking about leaving higher education because of the work pressure that they already face. We see similar trends in the United States. We see big concerns in countries like my own country, the Netherlands, about the work pressure that the faculty have. And so if there will be less investment in higher education, that will increase enormously more. And so we have to look into keeping the pressure over government of the importance of higher education for society, and also at the same time look at how can we lower that pressure by not getting into the rat race for grants, not getting into the rat race for publishing in top academic journals, focusing much more on open science initiatives, looking at ways of how we can recognize more the importance of teaching and learning and service to society instead of focusing only on research. That are also ways how we as institutions can make a difference to solve the problem. But that's all small steps, but I am afraid that indeed the challenge for the future will be much higher than it was ever before.
Thank you. So time is running, but we still have time for one more question. So please.
So my question would circle all the way back to the start when you were talking about different definitions of freedom, basically, right? And the different times we are. So on the one side of the border, we're talking about freedom as in leaving a country, and now we're talking about freedom in Canada as in like staying at a border with like loads of cars. Anyways, I was trying to figure out different definitions because we have loads today about accessibility, about freedom of speech, about lawful states. Even in Europe, we're not on the same page at most times. And I was wondering whether Arqus would be the right level of size, in a sense, to find suitable definitions for accessibility or for all the things Arqus is doing in the new mission statement, or whether we should go a level higher as in the EU, or whether Arqus is trying to do a thing which is really, really hard to achieve because there's such different circumstances in the different countries, right? Because although we're all in Europe, it's rather different in each country. So I was wondering whether that's the right size to start at, in your opinion.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's not either or. I think it's and. You have to address all those issues at all levels, at your individual level as a student, and your associations as faculty, and their representative bodies as an institution, and also at the national and the European level. And alliances can play and should play a role, but are not the only ones that have to do that. So they have to do it in the contextual context of what we mean with Europe. As I said in my presentation, we really have to define what does Europe mean, also in an alliance like Arqus. What are your principles? And you have been thinking very carefully about that, with issues like freedom and inclusion as being very important parts of your alliances. And by doing that, you contribute, but you always will be a small contribution, but every small contribution is important to really address the issues that we have. And it's true that we see even in Europe, I mean, we have looked at the elections in Hungary and in Serbia this weekend, that we cannot really think that democracy is taken for granted there because of the way that the previous governments have controlled the media and the information and so on. So it is a challenge, but working with our academic community in those countries as well keeps us going. As I said, the same about Russia and Ukraine. We have to collaborate because that's the only way we can make a difference. But it all are small steps, but every small steps really makes a difference at the end.
I think I would start even smaller than Arqus. I would start at the institutional level, because I think that even at the institutional level, the word accessibility or inclusion or underrepresented groups resonate differently within the institution among the colleagues who populate that institution. So for me, I would start even at that, and I'm sure Arqus has done that. The discussion needs to be to get a shared sense of what these concepts mean and how we address them at the institutional level. Obviously, at Arqus level, you start all over again, but then you start from a reflection that has already taken place at home, if you will, and you bring that richness to the discussion at the Arqus level. I think that almost every change in a university or every new, I won't say, well, new direction that we want to take needs that discussion so that we're more or less on the same page when we take it to the next level. So I think there is probably room for, as Hans said, working at all the levels. But I think contextually, the barriers to access, the opportunities to increasing it, the conditions of making it work are different. So to say we're all going to do the same thing doesn't make sense. But learning how to overcome these obstacles by learning from those who've overcome other obstacles can be extremely useful. So I think that it is a rich tapestry that you can sort of weave together as Arqus that is better than what you were able to do at the institutional level, better at the Arqus level, and then you can bring that to the other alliances and to Europe. But I think that we should not disregard that in a complicated and complex and multifaceted institution, as every university is, we say the word access and everybody knows what we mean. No. I talked yesterday with the group, and I had this long argument in France where the word inclusivité doesn't resonate at all. It's used, but it doesn't really work. They much prefer, and I think it's telling, they're fighting exclusion. Instead of fighting for inclusion, they fight all kinds of exclusion, because that means something different for them. So I think that the discussion about these concepts is really, really important. And I try to say some of them are very subjective, and we react physically or emotionally to these words because of your personal lives and trajectories. And I don't think we should forget those.
Thank you. So we're reaching the end of this session. I'm sorry, we don't have the time. I'm not allowed to. But before we end, we had as topic of the session how this European university initiative might contribute to this idea that we have, that we want a more freedom, that we want more inclusion, that we want more accessibility. So I will invite Hans perhaps first, and then Eva to give a short final remark and leave us a final message about that topic.
Yeah, I think we have addressed several of those elements already, but I think the most important is that this alliance should think how based on its values, and I think you have defined those values very clearly, you can really make a substantial contribution to inclusiveness and freedom by being aware, what does it mean? Why are we doing this? And what is the impact of our alliance in making inclusion much more happening? Being constantly having that on the agenda, your social responsibility, your civic engagement, your inclusiveness, that has to drive the agenda, and then you can make really a substantial differences, Arqus, to really help the world. A small step again, but an important step, because you are covering institutions around Europe in different contexts, and doing it together, you really can make a difference in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva?
My background is political economy. So I look at the alliances in that context. And I think it is a political construct. It was not launched just like that. It was launched because it is part of it's a building block towards building Europe. And I think when we see today what's happening, it is an important building block, and I think Europe still needs those building blocks. So from that perspective, I think it is a very, very important opportunity for universities to create binding and deep collaborations across the board in the institutions. I would underline the need that, in addition to a political agenda, I think there has to be an academic and scientific agenda in every alliance. One should not be subordinate to the other. And so I think it's important for the alliances to ensure that they're responding, sorry, I'm turning my back to all of you, that they're responding to and working on their academic and scientific agenda as much as they are on the political agenda of the European Commission or Union. That's really first. And second, I worked for many, many, many years for international cooperation globally. And so I would urge the alliances, all of them, not to turn their back in any shape or form on the wider world. They cannot stay just European. They need to remain as open and as connected to the wider world as each of the institutions has been before becoming part of the alliance. So I think that's something we need to be careful about, because I know that the workload that comes with becoming and being a part of the alliance is incredibly heavy, and that everyone is very highly engaged in being and contributing to the alliance. But there is a bigger world out there, and I think that these relationships should be mutually reinforcing. What you're doing in the alliance will make you better partners to your external partners, and your external partners will enrich the alliance. So those would be my final words.
Thank you very much. It's time to close the session, unfortunately, so I want to thank the audience, and particularly the audience that raised some questions, so thank you very much. And I would ask everyone to join me in applauding our inspiring guests for this session. It was a wonderful session. I think it was a very interesting way to actually Arqus to reinforce the mission statement, and you have enlightened, in a way, some of the challenges that we have, so thank you for that, and thank you, everyone.
So thanks again to our guest of this first session, Professor João Costa, Eva Ergon Polak, and Hans Witt. please. Thank you very much to all of you for the participation. Sorry for the limited time, but you know that's coming up the coffee break, so you maybe had the chance to continue speaking. And we invite you to join us in the conversation during the coffee break, but also during our next session that will be.
So coffee and hopefully some food will wait for us over there behind our shoulders. Please, we'll be back at 11:30. I know that we're going to be the bad guys asking for being punctual, but a lot is going on. Today, schedule is quite strict. We have a lot to discuss, so let's have a nice and deserved refreshment and see you in a while. Thank you.
Please, please, everybody, have a seat. We are going to start the session soon. So please come back in if you're outside. But if you're outside, you're not hearing me. So. Okay, so welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us for this second session of the morning. We hope that the coffee and the break was good, but I see your faces and they are quite happy, so okay.
Full of energies, ready to start this new session. It's going to be quite intense, quite exciting, and of course we're going to see all the results and all the work that all of us have done together over the years. So we're going to hear it directly from our action line chairs.
Yes. Before giving the word to the action lines, we want to introduce you and to give a warm welcome to the Rector of the University of Vilnius, Professor Rimvydas Petrauskas. Thank you very much for some introduction words.
So, dear colleagues, dear guests, it's my pleasure to greet you at the second Arqus Annual Conference at the University of Padua, which is celebrating an amazing anniversary of 800 years. It's great to be here at the institution, which was a major connecting point of European academics and students for centuries. For example, people were coming to study here from Lithuania, at least from 16th century. And we can see their names and coats of arms and the walls around. This session will be an overview of results we achieved in each action line. Today, as we are close to completing the work plan of Arqus 1, it is an excellent time to look back to the immense work we have done so far, to consolidate the tasks we are yet to finalize, and to build bridges towards the work plan of Arqus 2. We have indeed gone a long, challenging, and exciting journey from the first draft of the European University Initiative. Then the initial Arqus plan was developed. Little did we think of how our lives would change in short notice. The global pandemic has brought us challenges we did not foresee. However, it made us to go out of box and beyond traditional activities to build a strong community in cooperative and collaborative manner. The Arqus Progress Report has received a positive evaluation, emphasizing Alliance's ability to implement long-term objectives and clear focus on the quality of Arqus's activities. Academic communities of our universities are increasing their engagement with Arqus and benefits of being involved with Arqus, Arqus becoming more and more attractive. Overall, there are very clear indications that our partnership is moving towards more systematic and structural cooperation. An analysis of Arqus results to date indicates that the transformative outputs are present in every action line, as well as in Arqus research and innovation. Today is an excellent opportunity to reflect on our progress and summarize the highlights of Arqus achievements. Therefore, in this session, we will go one by one through every action line, as well as Arqus research and innovation, overviewing the most significant outputs, their impact and future perspectives. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rector Petrauskas. And we're going to invite our chairs to come up for a presentation. Of course, we're going to follow the numerical order. And we remind our speakers that they're going to have 10 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, it's a hard role, but somebody has to say that.
Exactly.
And we also remember you that there will be a question and answer time after the presentation. So feel free to take your notes and prepare your questions for when the presentations are over. The first one is action line 2.
Widening access, inclusion, and diversity.
And I think Benedetta is coming up from behind. So here's the word for her.
What?
Thank you very much. As you all know by now, enabling people and attracting talent from less represented groups, from kindergarten and school to university and the world of work, is at the core of Arqus, and more so of the strategic framework of Action Line 2. When we started 2.5 years ago, most of the 13 activities that you can see now on the screen were uncharted territory for many of us. And knowing that inclusion is a complex, multidimensional construct, a matter, first of all, of cultural knowledge building and deep transformation, we have founded our work on a cross-sectoral, interdisciplinary, research-based perspective, involving as many experts as possible in our task forces, from vice-rectors to professors, researchers, academic, non-academic staff, students, and external stakeholders. Our bet was that paving the floor with a shared policy for a caring university committed to and responsible for sustainable development, we could profit from common guidelines and strategic objectives to design accessible and welcoming contexts for all. Students and staff with disabilities, students and scholars at risk, gifted and elderly students, women, just to mention a few underrepresented groups. One of the most challenging features of Action Line 2 is the narrative of addressing citizens over a timeline of their relationship with our universities, before access, at entry, during and after university. Starting with preventive early career education, inclusive children universities, and train the trainers activities for women to STEM activities. This approach, though very difficult, has proved to be successful, to have a deep insight in what happens, but I'd like to say should happen before and after university if we want to enable people with the proper tools for current and future challenges. But that's not enough. After exploring and mapping our different approaches and resources, bad and good practices, constantly trying to reach out to society and engaging our stakeholders, we're more aware now than ever before that we need to deeply transform our context. And to do that, we need solid and widespread support networks for inclusion. And in Action Line 2, we've had an opportunity to map them, deeply analyze them, and also share them. And we'll put them in common in a guidebook, which will be soon published on the Arqus portal. We need strong but flexible recognition of prior learning procedures. And at that level, we need to work with ministries. We need to work at our legislations. We need research-based and high-quality staff development training for the diverse classroom and constant and lifelong learning opportunities for all our staff, our students, our peer tutors. We need to engage them, and not only them, in community and public engagement for a quality university pathway and smooth transitions for all. All we've learned so far is the capital or cultural heritage that we're bringing with us into the new proposal, to go beyond enabling people by engaging the Arqus communities as actors of change towards a more diverse, a more inclusive, and an excellent Arqus University Alliance. But, sorry, I'm drinking. Let's come to the update. With our 17 webinars, 9 staff trainings, but more are upcoming, public debates, open discussions, monthly board meetings, and countless task force online meetings, we have gone through a challenging transformational process. A great deal of conceptual work has been done to negotiate meanings, to find a common vocabulary, to develop the models, the frameworks, plans, and trainings that are foreseen as our outputs and are work in progress right now. As regards the most transformational ones, here are just 3 highlights. Rethinking College is a pilot program for students with intellectual disabilities who attend university for a maximum period of 2 years and can take up to 6 exams, supported by peer tutors to gain practical experience, adaptability, and employability soft skills from traineeships for future professional development. In March 16th, the final webinar took place with the participation of one of the students who took part in the pilot phase, and of Professor Brian Daig from Vermont University, who presented the US Think College program that we were inspired by. Seniors University BIBA Forum, Building Intergenerational Bridges in Arqus, is a series of workshops involving junior and senior students with an intercultural, intergenerational, and interdisciplinary approach. The initiative started as a virtual exchange experience during the lockdowns to overcome the barriers to physical mobility for senior students, in close connection as regards the contents proposed with Action Line 7 winter and spring schools, the first on climate change, the second one on diversity. It was praised by the ESEA in the feedback to the Arqus midterm report, and we are really grateful and proud of it. Hints and Tricks for Creating Accessible Digital Contents was an online workshop held by Professor Ombretta Gaggi in December from Padua University, but the first of a series of initiatives devoted to accessibility. The workshop was not originally part of the Action Line 2 work plan. However, since inclusion, as we have heard, is not possible without accessibility, a decision was made to create a new focus which will be further developed in Arqus in the future. In a wider picture of Action Line 2, I'm proud and happy to say that the final draft of the Common Charter on Sustainability, edited by Granada and Padua universities experts in gender equality, inclusion and sustainable development goals, and revised by experts in the other partner universities, will be submitted to the steering committee, the rectors, the vice rectors council, to the student council for their comments and eventual changes, and for the final approval soon after this conference. Meanwhile, since we need more experts for future developments, we're holding the first inclusive higher education online training at the local level in each of the partner universities. The program, originally available in Italian for the staff at the University of Padua, was translated into English and made available to the whole Arqus Alliance. And I'm happy to say that we're not finished yet, and we have had already 64 participants. To conclude, inclusion is a process as much as it is an objective, as we all very well know. Thus, outputs do not give the whole picture. They probably do not show all the challenges, as much as they cannot fully explain the engagement, networking, cultural change, research needed, and the impact that all these aspects have had on our context so far, and I'm sure will have in the future. For example, a clear example of that is recognition of prior learning, a local effect brought about by the Alliance activities. Recognition procedures, at the University of Padua are being reviewed and updated. Inclusive peer tutoring is another example of this impact. This activity engaged numerous students and was the entry point in Arqus for them. Students' engagement is actually one of the priorities of the future Arqus, with a dedicated work package. As we all very well know, impact is strictly connected to sustainability. Working on 13 challenging, innovative activities in one action line showed us that a closer cooperation with all other Arqus activities is needed. So we'll keep on working for inclusion and diversity in Arqus, not only through advocacy and awareness-raising activities, but especially through a multi-level strategy and building up common structures. So finally, the board is really grateful to the very many people, more than 200, who have been and are still working in and for Action Line 2. Thanks to you, we are close to the finish line, but also we are close to the new starting line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benedetta, which apparently knows the...
A shortcut.
The shortcut, yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your inspiring words and for being also the first of this session. But let's move on with Action Line 3.
Yeah, student-centered frameworks for quality learning. Even though I should know it by heart because it's my own action line, but I have to read it all the time. So, Andreas, the floor is yours.
With an applause, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Since we do not have a lot of time, let's dive into the action line on what we are doing here. This is the overview, not that complicated as Benedetta, as I would say, but still difficult enough. We have three main pillars. We are working on enabling staff and students via innovative teaching by organizing webinars or seminars for teachers to share their experience and expertise, to learn something new, and to be able to be innovative in their delivery of teaching. We also had to reach an agreement on what quality teaching means in Arqus, and we agreed to celebrate innovation and quality in teaching by giving up awards for the best teachers that we have and best teaching projects that they implemented. The second pillar of our action line is fostering student-centered and research-based learning through joint and flexible curricula. That means smaller to larger scale cooperations in order to, for students to get international experience and to learn in our Arqus community by implementing twinning visits where students together with their teachers can come to partner universities and have a shorter term mobilities and learning experiences in these partner universities by implementing mobility windows in our curricula where students would have an embedded and allocated period of time in their study programs in order to develop their international or global competences, and also, of course, piloting and working on joint study programs, the most difficult and broadest cooperation activities to create joint study programs in cybersecurity, in translation and interpreting, and European studies. And also the third pillar, enhancing the development of mobility and recognition, basically working on the tools to enhance mobilities in our universities by creating shared course catalog, by creating recommendations, and for recognition of prior learning, of informal and non-formal learning, and of course of recognition of competences and qualifications. We were asked to highlight the most important activities, and it's really difficult to do that because all of them are interrelated and all of them are very impactful. I'm just happy that we are able to celebrate our best of the best in education. We are able to, and we are very keen to collaborate on the smaller and on a larger scale, starting with the twinning visits. We had a huge number of applications, and we see how interested our teachers in these kind of short-term mobilities and short-term collaborations are, but of course also working on joint study programs as well, and getting into this hard work that we have, but very, very impactful work. And we are also ready to tackle the challenges and try and lift the barriers that we have. We proved that by organizing, by inviting our communities together with national agencies and ministries to talk about the barriers and all the bureaucratic obstacles and try to lift that. I wouldn't say that we were very successful in achieving that, but we are definitely ready to work on it and see how it goes and how we'll be able to reach European degrees and to reach study programs working towards European degrees without these obstacles that occur right now. Couple of numbers and the main, let's say, outputs or deliverables that we achieved. We organized at least 16 workshops or training events for teachers, students, administrators, stakeholders, as I mentioned already, workshops on teaching, on quality of teaching, innovation in teaching, workshops on mobility windows, of how to implement mobility windows, for admin staff, about mobilities, Erasmus without papers, and European Students' Card, and so on and so forth. Hundreds of people basically gathered in these workshops to share again their expertise and their experience, and to learn about each other and our ways of working. And I think that's a great thing. Arqus Teaching Excellence Award, we received 65 interesting projects and applications. At least or up to 6 of these applications in each university were selected for the final round, and the Arqus jury then selected 2 winners in 2 categories, enabling students and enabling research-based learning. In implementing mobility windows, we had to have at least 7 pilot programs trying to do that. We have 24 pilots right now. Each of them are in different stage in this implementation and in this road, but we already have some study programs who implemented mobility windows in their curriculum. Some others are looking for partners, are working on the concept notes and so on. Twinning visits, as I said, a very successful activity. We had 75 applications, even though we planned to have 14 twinning visits organized. We decided to select 50 during these 2 rounds of applications. So resources were pulled out of internal university budgets, after seeing how successful it is, we managed to pool resources and select 50 activities. Of course, because of COVID, traveling is not that easy, and we have at least 8 implemented already, and others are still to be done. We're working on 3 joint study programs, as I mentioned. Yesterday, we signed 2 agreements already. Hopefully, we'll be able to sign agreement on joint study program in cybersecurity in a couple of months. Of course, we worked on mobility enhancement measures. We created Arqus course catalog, the first Arqus course catalog that will be further developed and enhanced. We signed open mobility agreement and provided students with the opportunity to have their study periods abroad in our partner universities. And of course, we worked on a bunch of guidelines. We created Arqus Teaching and Learning Quality Commons, step-by-step recommendations for designing and implementing mobility windows, guidelines for these mobility windows, and so on and so forth. So templates for joint program agreements and lots of other tools in order to be able to cooperate and collaborate more easily. Talking about the impact and sustainability, we were lucky yesterday to have Professor Harvey Charles in our board meeting, and who gave his insight and reflection on the work we are doing here. And for me, at least for me, I think for our board as well, it was a way of stepping back a little bit and seeing what we are really doing here and seeing the broad view, because when you have these problems and challenges, when you have to deal with these problems and challenges every day, you sometimes lose the broader picture, and Professor Harvey reflected on how well embedded in our universities these activities are, how institutionalized it is, and how well coordinated all these things are. So I think it was a good insight and reflection on how sustainable it may be, since it is very deeply embedded from the top to the bottom of the university. And of course, new small and large-scale partnerships in education were created. Usually, in academia, we are used to doing research in international and inter-university teams, while education happens inside one university without too much cooperations. And we are changing that while working in Arqus. We established administrational mechanisms to work together. The implementation of mobility windows, of course, will provide students with possibility to study in our partner universities for years to come. Joint policies and guidelines will help that as well. And of course, during this work, I think the really important thing is that during this work, people who were involved in this develop their competences, learn new ways of working, learn from each other, and that's one of the most important things. Talking about sustainability, most of all of the activities will be implemented in the second round. They are even more broader with more activities. I'm afraid of how challenging it is, but I'm also happy to see how well we were able to develop what we are doing here. And to conclude, basically I came to the most important part of the presentation. Even though I'm here, I have an honor to present these results here, I'm definitely not the one who achieved that. So I really want to use this opportunity to express yet again my gratitude, first of all, for the task force leaders who were allocating and investing their time and energy to help our teams and lead our teams towards shared goals. Of course, to thank our administrative staff who were usually working after their working hours much more often. They would want to make this huge potential that Arqus has a reality, and of course our academic staff who is very involved and very active in using these cooperation opportunities to make our education even more international, research-based, and student-centered. So please, let's just give a round of applause for these 100 people, more than 100 people. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Andres, for the insights and for the thanking. And it's time for Action Line 4.
Yes, multilingual and multicultural university, coordinated by University of Leipzig. Olaf, please join the stage. Thank you.
Yes, hello everybody. I'm representing Action Line 4, the multilingual and multicultural university. What we do is essentially centered around one product, language competence, culture competence within the context of the university. Our activities essentially break down to 4 fields of activities. The first one is language policy, the question, which role do languages play at the university in teaching, in research, in administration. In this respect, we have 2 specific work packages. The first one was a symposium on language policy, which took place last year in Vilnius, where we discussed many issues regarding the role of languages at university and in the educational system. And we will soon be able to present the results in a peer-reviewed volume. Another product of our work in the field of language policy is the Arqus Charter on Language Policy. Here we are doing some research with all our partners. We prepared a questionnaire asking them on feedback, on input, on specific issues of language at the university level, and we will hopefully be able to publish this on the Arqus webpage by the end of September. The second field of activities, of course, relates to students. Here we try to increase or to enhance their language and culture competence, and we also certify these competences. It's very important not only to know a language, to be interculturally competent, but also to make this competence visible. We do the same for staff, both for teaching staff and for administrative staff. And for this purpose, we have conducted an extensive research asking for the needs of the staff, and building on that, we devised a program for continuous education and professional development. Another very important aspect is sharing language and cross-cultural preparatory courses. So the idea is that not every single partner teaches their own courses, but that it is really a joint venture. And we have made good progress, also fueled by the pandemics, where we were forced to use more digital technique than before. And I will show you some numbers. I think they are quite impressive. The other student-related activities were a little bit difficult to implement due to the pandemics. The exchange of language and culture volunteers, we were not able to do this. We had to eliminate this from the working plan. And then the exchange of language assistants for partner universities, we were able to do this on a very small scale, but we substituted this work package a little bit by other activities. We have a series of lectures, 7 months, 7 universities, where we invite colleagues from the partners to present on culture and language topics and open to create awareness on these issues. The last field of action relates to infrastructure, and here we have been developing an online terminological database for terms in higher education. The aim here is to create a common language when we talk within Arqus about all issues related to higher education. I'm coming to my next slide and presenting some highlights. We have had more than 50 events, workshops, lectures, and so on. We have had more than 1,000 students and staff involved, so I think this is really good numbers. We had a symposium in Vilnius. We have the lecture series I have just mentioned. And then one thing we are particularly proud of is the Arqus Café. This is a virtual environment in which students, but not only students, also staff, can meet and exchange on topics they choose themselves. And we only don't have just one language, because when we talk about multilingualism, it's not English, it's our languages, the languages of the partners. And we have had more than 15 languages, and I think this is really valuable to make the role of language and culture visible to all the partners and to a greater public. So here are some of the goals, numbers a little bit the same than the ones I have presented before. Here, if you have a look at the distribution of participants, we see that not all partners are participating equally. And personally, I was surprised to see that we reached more staff than students. And I think for the second round of Arqus, it's really important to think about strategies to create a better outreach for this group. Another goal is we have had a series of summer schools in Granada, where we sent our Leipzig students to Granada and offered language and culture class, and did the same for groups of Spanish students who learned German in Leipzig, and hopefully we will be able to expand this program also to the other universities. We have had a lot of workshops in EMI, English Medium of Instruction, where we offered courses, workshops to colleagues who have to teach in English. And we have some specialized issues, topics like intensive online trainings in German pronunciation. So it's really a very, very broad spectrum, just to give you an idea. Then one thing which we can build on in the future is we have done extensive research on the courses offered in our universities, courses that are open to all Arqus students. So we're beginning here, we're starting here a non-local teaching community. Yeah, we pool our resources and still have to overcome some administrative obstacles, but we have 454 courses that are open to all Arqus students. And I think this is really a treasure which we should use in the future and expand in the future to have really an integrated higher education space. Sustainability, as I said, I think this is the treasure. This is we should use, the courses, this is what we should pursue. Another thing is the Arqus Café. We have had enormous, massive numbers of participants in the Arqus Café, and it's really a very low-stakes opportunity for students to meet their fellow students, to get to know the other universities, to discuss problems in which they are interested in. So this is something we should definitely pursue. I think also one thing which will be very valuable to all of us is the database, the online database, because we still, truly believe that we need this common language and still need to elaborate on our language and how we coin terms and use language at the university. Altogether, I really think that we have reached many, many goals. Some of them were not tangible or not reachable for us due to the circumstances, as you all know. But I'm really very, very impressed about how motivated the colleagues were, how much time and effort they devoted to improve teaching and learning experiences. And I'm very, very grateful that we will be able to continue our activities within the framework of the second funding phase, as given that we will receive the funding. But yeah, we will do our best to continue what we've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Olaf, and thank you also to other speakers to underline the passion and all the work that is in all the Arqus area, which is, as we are hearing, but we already knew that a little bit. It's a huge, huge amount of work, so thanks again. Let's move on with Action Line 6.
5, actually, if I may.
Let's go back with the 5 and not go too fast with the 6.
But at least you were careful, you were paying attention, so that's really a good sign. We were just checking. So, entrepreneurial, university, and regional engagement. Marie, if you want the
It was
floor
written
is
very
yours.
clear, sorry,
Yeah.
my fault, sorry.
Hi, so I have to pitch in 10 minutes. It's an entrepreneurial job, but I'll do my best. So here I will present globally the task we had, the actions we had. And as you see, it's colorful, thanks to Smita. So if it's green, it means that we've completed what was planned. And you see some virus, it means that on some actions we were a bit hindered by the COVID situation. So globally, the purpose of this action line was to engage actions on becoming an entrepreneurial university and fostering our university's regional engagement. It has been broken down into 6 actions. The first one, the roadmap for entrepreneurial university, it's about strategic thinking. What does it mean to be an entrepreneurial university? It's not that obvious. We have entrepreneurial units, incubators, but the idea behind entrepreneurial university is to develop an entrepreneurial mindset, an entrepreneurial culture among students, among staff, among teachers. And that's a bit controversial. So we have to take the time to think about that, to agree upon what it means for us, and then to develop a roadmap and implement it. Obviously, we had also to develop the community, so to just connect the people working in entrepreneurship inside our universities. So the researchers, the teachers, the mentors, the incubators, the TTOs, so that's technology transfer offices. So that was the purpose of the 5.2. Then on about students and bringing content to students, we wanted to develop a common course itinerary. That's the 5.3 action on 3 levels, from raising awareness to developing incubating services. or promoting it. We had also specific actions towards what we call academic entrepreneurship, so PhD graduates, researchers. And this action was transformed a bit because the way it was written in the first application was not of interest. We investigated, and the idea was to make alumni come back to our university to exploit our technologies, our science, and actually it was really difficult. And we identified, on the contrary, a need for PhD candidates or PhD students to elaborate about their competencies, and actually entrepreneurship is a good way to think about the other competencies that one might develop while doing his PhD, and to think it, to elaborate about these competencies to foster his employability, for example. And also there was a need to connect our TTOs, to make them share their best practices. And finally, about the regional engagement, the idea was to connect our local stakeholders, the socioeconomic partners of all our regions. So the first action, 5.5, was about promoting internship in SMEs and sharing them, so a student from Leipzig, let's say, can do an internship in a French SME. And also on the 5.6 to connect our socioeconomic networks. And actually, that was the most difficult task due to COVID, because, for example, connecting chambers of commerce without having face-to-face meetings is very complicated. So we tried to do it, but since we had very few public events, it was difficult to invite our stakeholders and socioeconomic partners and to make them meet. And we had also, it was not an action, but it was more like a focus or a transversal attention to women entrepreneurship, because we know that women engage less in entrepreneurship. So we had to promote it throughout our activities. So here, just very few concrete examples of what we've done. For example, to raise awareness among PhD students, we produce portraits of PhD entrepreneurs that are broadcasted on the YouTube channel, the Arqus YouTube channel, and we reach 1,000 views, so it has an impact. We also organized the finals of the Virtual Company Challenge, so that's teams of students that are developing virtual projects, and then we organize finals so they can compete and meet each other. The first two editions were digital, and in a few days, the real one, in-person one, will take place in Lyon. And just before the challenge, they had virtual workshops to help them pitch in English and prepare themselves. So it concerned 17 teams, and I think around 20 students are coming in the following days to Lyon. About the supporting the entrepreneurs, the actual student entrepreneurs, we organize webinars on business culture. The idea here is to help entrepreneurs develop their projects abroad, and to organize mobilities of entrepreneurs between our incubators. Since, again, due to COVID, it was a bit difficult, we developed this business culture webinars to help them prepare their mobility. And now we have four entrepreneurs that have done their mobility and 14 more to go. We also organize a twinning with Action Line 6. I won't tell too much about it because I think they will speak about it, but it's about career outside academia for PhD students, but also staff, mostly the career centers. And we deliver 50% of the training about entrepreneurship. And actually, the demand of PhD students is really high for this action, because when we launch a call, we have many applicants. The last one took place in Graz, and the next one will take place in Lyon very soon. So we train 16 staff. We will have by the end of the second edition, sorry, almost 60 PhD students, and we also experimented the micro-credentials. So we delivered open badges to the participants. And actually, they had to be active in demanding the badge, and the level of demand was quite high, so it's also a good sign. And finally, the Actually Innovate, it's the method we use to organize this strategic thinking about entrepreneurship. It's a tool or method developed and supported by the European Commission. And the idea is to have self-assessments. So you have to fill a questionnaire about the entrepreneurial mindset, capabilities, opportunities, and so on several dimensions. And we managed to do the first self-assessment with 210 participants. And we also organized the first workshop in Europe that was developed for alliances. So they were really interested in it. They send us experts to help us. And actually, we are actually developing a guideline so we can help other alliances to implement the same methodology if they want. So that's the complete list of outputs and results that we've achieved so far. I won't go through it. I just gave you some examples. About sustainability and impact of outputs, if we need to keep several results, I think the first one and the most important one would be that I think we managed to build a sustainable entrepreneurship community. Inside the board, we've met, I think it's 23 times, so it's a lot. We're still learning about each other, but now we are used to collaborate. We know how we organize in several universities, and I think that we have sufficient, our links are really good enough to call us a network, and to, I think we are able now also above what's in the application or in the task to identify opportunity, to develop new actions and so on. So I think that will stay solid. And we have two networks between TTOs. They meet monthly and they share their best practices, and between our incubators. We also have now sustainable competencies and contents available to all partners. The portraits, all the contents like the portraits of PhD entrepreneurs. We developed also competencies framework that can be used by professors if they want to elaborate their syllabus and validate some competencies in entrepreneurship, training content, toolboxes, micro-credentials, and so on. And the last point, I think, is really important because we are not that advanced in that matter. It's the strategic thinking and the roadmap. We did the first assessment. We wrote a first roadmap that will be submitted to the steering committee by the end of this month. But actually, I think it's clear that we all have entrepreneurship units inside our universities, but it's not that clear to us, I think, whether our university wants to give a broader importance or to develop this entrepreneurial mindset among staff, among students. So what are the frontiers of it, and how much we want to make it part of the university culture? I think it means to be further discussed with the upper management, the rectors, and so on. So also, people in entrepreneurship inside universities have a clear view on where we should put our energy in the future. Thank you very much.
So, thank you very much, Marie. It's now time for Action Line 6. Yeah.
Thanks for underlining that, which is actually absolutely true. So, Action Line 6 time, research support and early stage researcher, development speaker, development, point. Speakers, Philippe and Gerald, sorry. Please join us
And Philip as well. Yeah. You can take the microphones over there. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And the very first thing, I'll obviously have to explain why we are two people. Action Line 6 is a very big action line and has had lots of project and work involved. So the very most important thing is thank you Gerald for being an amazing co-chair, and more importantly, thank you for all the people that have been involved, for all the colleagues and academics in the Action Line board, in the task forces, and everyone that has contributed tirelessly from Bergen to Padua and from Granada to Vilnius. And we're very, very happy that we managed to distribute the work in a way that was perceived to be fair by the end of the day. So thank you, dear colleagues, for enabling us to stand here and present this. And none of this would have been possible without you.
Thank you.
As I said, Action Line 6 is a big action line. So it's basically split into two parts, the research support part that I will present and the early stage researcher development part that Gerald will present. The actions that we've had there are first the cluster map, which is an overview of the collaborations, the scientific collaborations that were already present at alliance level before the alliance started, and we will be doing an update at the end to see what effect our collaboration has had scientifically and for research collaboration on the alliance. It also has provided a baseline for the Arqus RNI project to operate on. Second action that I want to present is openness. Openness has also been included in Action Line 6, and without wanting to take too much away, my colleagues Christian and Hildrun will present the openness position paper later today, and I hope very much that you'll give them a great audience too. Target Impact has involved into basically a research manager meeting about the importance of impact in Horizon Europe applications and how we could harvest the experiences that we as 7 research-intensive and research-focused universities could generate in the first round of Horizon Europe already, and to share the best practices and experiences that were gained through this. Research focus forums is a way for our researchers to create communities, research communities that transcend the universities, and where we hope that we can build bridges between universities and also between junior and senior researchers to get to know each other, to work on topics that are interesting for them. So we organize those according to topics of shared importance where universities are active in, which is also one of the results from the cluster map. Next, the EUREP is an infrastructure database that we created that we want to share with all of you very soon. The technical details have now been finished. So again, thank you for the IT colleagues. Again, this would not have been possible without help from external people. And I very much hope that researchers will make good use of this and have access to much more infrastructure than they previously had. Research environment is a line about staff exchange and collaborating amongst staff. And postdoc pursuit is a way of supporting young researchers on a postdoctoral level to apply for highly competitive EU grants. And with that.
So thank you, Philip, for your part. So the other half is about early stage research development. We had 2 mobility schemes. One was for individual researchers, not only for early stage researchers, but also for experienced researchers, for doctoral supervisors, for example. The one Arqus PhD was actually a mobility scheme for doctoral groups, so that groups of doctoral candidates and doctoral supervisors can visit colleagues from the Arqus partner universities. The Mentor ES was actually mentoring a program for careers in academia, but also a series of measures for supporting PhDs who want to leave academia and take on a career outside academia. The in-depth skills program was mainly about summer schools, spring schools, that kind of thing. Often we combined in these schools transferable skills approaches with subject-specific or disciplinary approaches. And the PhD structures was actually the establishment of a PhD council of experts in the field. And they came up with recommendations, and these recommendations were submitted to the Rector's Council, and the Rector's Council supported these recommendations, and some of these recommendations have been selected for the second funding period. So now I have to look for this remote control here. Yes, you already heard from Marie about the Career Week. So it was called Arqus Career Week for Arqus PhD Week for careers outside academia. And behind the PhD was the idea PhD candidates and PhD graduates. And it took place the week after the annual conference in Vilnius. We had, this is a photo from the career dinner. We had more than 30 pre- and postdocs from all the partner universities and around 10 career experts from the partner universities, and it was a 3-day event. The first day was focusing on train the trainers. So the idea was that the career experts receive some training, and on the next 2 days they will apply it directly in working with the pre- and postdocs. It was, as I said, hosted also by Smita. I don't know where Smita. Smita, I think it's, yeah, thank you, Smita, a lot. So it would not have been possible at all without the Lyon team. So this was Graz and Lyon together. And the feedback we received was extremely positive. So we really hope that some of the 30 plus pre-docs, postdocs really made decisions about their future career during this week. And this was the first step for their new professional future. Philip.
The second highlight that we wanted to present is a very general one, but undoubtedly mobility is our highlight because we do firmly believe that there is no substitute for physical mobilities in research, and especially at the beginning of your research career. You do need the exposure. You do need to go out to see colleagues. And so without mentioning anything in detail, we do believe that all the mobilities that we could offer to our researchers were very much a personal highlight for them, but also will be very, very important for their career.
Yeah, then the mentoring program, this was within the responsibility of my colleague Johanna Stadelbauer, who cannot be here, but she's watching, I know it. And this was focusing on careers in academia. So each of the partner universities selected 3 pre- and or postdocs to participate in the program. And then we matched these 21 mentees with experienced mentors, professors usually. Oh, sorry. Actually, it only works one way, it seems. So the red one is back, but that doesn't work. But I can talk about it. And the idea was to give them a series of workshop sessions. But the core of the program was the talks with the mentors. So the mentees and the mentors talk about their career in academia. And out of that came quite some interesting activities, and we will talk about that when we talk about the slide on sustainability.
So for the results and outputs that we have achieved so far, the first one will obviously be the Openness position paper that, again, will be presented in the afternoon, so do not miss that.
And the PhD Council recommendations I already mentioned were about the future of doctoral education within the Alliance.
Next one is my personal favorite, the infrastructure database that I really hope will enable for researchers to collaborate more intensively within Arqus, and that will lead to more shared publications in the Alliance.
The transferable skills events are the summer schools we already mentioned. So we already had many summer schools. Particularly Granada is offering so many summer schools each year, and we are really disseminating this information, the calls, and we really try to bring in as many Arqus ESRs as possible.
Next, what we achieved is the mobilities again. We've already had more than 300 mobilities by midterm. Unfortunately, some of them, or most of them by that time, had to be virtual. But as we're speaking right now, day by day, the physical mobilities are increasing, and basically every day we're finishing a new mobility for one of our researchers.
Then the arranged meeting between ESRs and potential employers is one step further from the career week. So not only talking about careers outside academia on an abstract level, but really meeting concrete employers and talking with them, asking them questions. And almost all of the partner universities already hosted one or two of these events.
Then we've had two excellent events at the Arqus Academy Week, namely the research environment event, and that was focused on the career path of research manager that received a lot of interest, and also the Openness event that was, again, organized by our colleagues in the audience. As I said, two excellent events at the Academy Week.
Yes, and you already mentioned Johanna will also publish with the trainer who was responsible for the whole mentoring program a paper on it, reflecting about how it worked and what went well and so on, and they will also present their findings at the conference. I think I killed it. Oh? No, it works.
So, again, we do believe that our actions are sustainable and that they do have impact. As we already hinted at before, mobility schemes we believe to be of central importance, and especially in the career of a young researcher, there is no substitute for mobility, and few people have been affected more professionally by the corona crisis than young researchers who were stripped of the chance to create their international network, which is so extremely important for their career. And Arqus does now provide this for them.
Mentoring and Career Week just means that we will continue with these activities in Arqus too. So we will have hopefully 3 rounds of mentoring next time, not only one, as we had in the first funding period. And we also plan to have formats similar to the Career Week, but not 2 as we have now, but 6 of them.
And again, the mobilities will continue in Arqus 2, and also the OREP data, the infrastructure database, will be continued in the second application.
And one outcome of the mentoring were also collaborations. So in terms of research, but also, and this was quite interesting and unexpected for us, that there were mutual invitations to teach at the respective partner universities, and I think that also went quite well.
Once more, the openness position paper will have an impact on the future of the Alliance and will also determine how the Alliance is perceived externally.
Yeah, and the train-the-trainer element of the Career Week, we hope that this leads to offers on support measures for career strategies, for finding a career path outside academia at all of the partner institutions, also outside the Arqus Alliance framework.
Thank you, Gerald.
Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Philip and Gerald. I'm trying to make one correct announce from now on. Sorry about that. Since we are running a little out of time, we're going to see how the presentation are going and then see if there's some time for question and answer. So let's keep on with action line 7.
Yes. That's great. You're learning. So it's engage European citizens. And Jakob, would you mind coming and presenting it?
Thank you very much. Oh, this way. Thank you.
No, so it's just super inspiring to be here today to see everything that's been happening in the Alliance the last couple of years and all the things that we've really accomplished. So in Action Line 7, we're quite practical action line where we try to develop a challenge-based approach to educating critically engaged European citizens in times of global uncertainty. And I think when we look at the events of the last month, the relevance of this approach and the importance of this approach has become painfully apparent. So what we try to do in Action Line 7 is to really focus on some really practical, concrete activities where we actively involve students and researchers in different types of academic events. So I think what we really like in our work in Action Line 7 is the way that students and academics are really part in creating every part of our activities. And we look at the core activities here. We have several activities here focusing more on kind of physical mobility, a winter school, a student-led forum, and then we have certain activities focusing more on virtual mobility, such as the Arqus Collaborative Challenge-Based Learning Program, and then we also develop MOOCs and trainer workshops on these topics. And I think if we just take a step back here, I think it's really apparent that our greatest asset in this work has really been our real network of engaged academics and engaged students in the areas of diversity and climate change. And I think we've also seen through our activities how our students really want to use the Arqus Alliance as a venue for international collaboration. So I think one core highlight of our activities so far is the Arqus Collaboratory Program, which really kind of weaves together quite a few of the core deliverables of our action line. The Arqus Collaborative Program is an intensive challenge-based learning program that kind of tries to engage with grand challenges from a local perspective, where we work with local stakeholders. It combines virtual mobility with in-person mobility and also local courses and local projects. It consists of 4 parts. First of all, the Arqus Winter School, supposed to be the intensive start of the program in times when we're not in a pandemic, where our students are introduced to kind of core theories and methods that can be then used in the project, and they also get to engage with each other. Our second part is student-led research projects that are organized together with local stakeholders at each of the Arqus universities. And these projects are then organized as kind of courses where they're supervised and get university credits for what they do. The third part is a component of virtual mobility and virtual collaboration, where students engage throughout the semester in workshops, in different types of dialogue events, and also by giving feedback to each other. So we pair the groups, and they give feedback to groups from other universities. And then we conclude this, usually, with a student-led forum, which is a forum that is kind of an academic event that is created by and for students. And actually yesterday, we concluded the second student-led forum here in Palazzo Bo. And I really wish that you could all have been here to kind of felt the energy as our students both presented and discussed their academic projects, gave really, really concrete feedback, discussed synergies and how they could work together, how they organized panel discussions on the role of universities in times of conflict, and also how they organized workshops on skills such as interdisciplinary collaboration. And I think what's really, really cool is how this was planned, organized, and moderated only by our students in the Arqus Alliance through an international coordination group. What we feel is that when our students engage in these activities together, they also get to reflect on issues of citizenship and European responsibility. So I think when we work in a European context, it's quite easy to get stuck in quite a few buzzwords. We need to relate to all this high-level language in different ways. And I think one of the things that we've learned as academics when working with this program is that it really takes work to translate these high-level concepts and make them relevant to our local practice. And I think that's one of the core achievements, I would say, of this action line has been to kind of ground these different ideas of challenge-based learning. How can we create educational programs that are really relevant for society? Of interdisciplinary learning. We talk a lot about interdisciplinarity, right? But how do we actually facilitate interdisciplinary learning in practice? That's a really tough task. It takes serious planning. And then student-led education. How can we actually place students at the core of this? And what we found is that when we start working with these activities, often when we think about how universities might engage with grand challenges, we think about the content, we think about the curriculum. What knowledge and skills do we need to learn? But I think if we really want to respond to this challenge, we need to ask tougher and deeper questions also about learning processes, what formats do we need for learning, how can we engage internationally, and also ask questions about the organization of higher education. And that's, I think, where we really find the student-led approach very interesting, since when we engage with our students and colleagues, we find that they ask other questions than we do as academics. That really kind of forces us to redefine our activities in different ways. And I think this also links to our thoughts about outputs and the sustainability of our activities. I think one of the core achievements of this program is that we've been able to develop a structure for international collaboration between different courses. And we've learned that in order to achieve that, as an international alliance, we need a flexible approach because our institutional structures and our semesters are quite different. So if we want to ground these high-level concepts and these high-level goals, they will be translated differently in the different contexts of our universities, but we can still build a layer of international exchange and international collaboration based on that. As part of our reflections now, leading into the future, we're also working on several academic papers assessing different kind of insights from this program. And I think what's maybe most important are the things we can't really measure here. I think, how can we contribute to a culture shift in how we organize higher education at our universities that is really kind of able to respond to these grand challenges that we're facing. Also looking forward, we're really looking forward to launch 2 MOOCs, Massive Open Online Courses, in June, that I think will kind of consolidate and kind of create a record of the work we've been doing in Action Line 7. So one is a MOOC on mental borders, physical borders, and the shaping of modern European identity. The development is led by the University of Granada, which goes through different kind of aspects of diversity and identity in Europe. And the second MOOC is a MOOC on kind of the method of challenge-based learning, led by the University of Vilnius, where we'll really kind of try to dig into how might we actually take this approach further and how might we implement it in different courses in the future. So I think when we move forward here, I think the most important thing is to remember the hard work that all our academics have done. These activities so far is often activities that people do on the Sunday evening. And they do it because they believe in Europe and they believe in a different form of education that can really kind of create meaning for our students. So I'd also, when I leave here, invite you all to give a big applause to all these academics and students that have been part in creating our activities. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Jakob. We've covered all the initial action lines. We have done with numbers.
Yeah.
So now it's going to be easier.
Okay, probably, or probably not. It's a live show, guys, so things can happen. And our final presentation, it's a Arqus Research and Innovation. And I think Luisa is here. Okay, thank you very much. An applause for her too.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. I'm presenting now a project that is not even halfway through, and so it's very overwhelming to see everything that has been done in the different action lines, and of course it's very different to what I'm going to present because we're only 3 months, we have 3 months left to our midterm point, so of course the number and the dimension of the outcomes is not at all comparable. So just bear that in mind. I'm just briefly going to present the structure of Arqus RNI. Well, first I'm going to set the context, which is that it is a research policy project, which is a coordination and support project funded by AGE 2020, and it is funded to develop the research dimension of Arqus, developing some of the aspects that were already being worked on in Action Line 6, but also introducing other aspects. You will see some connections with the work of Action Line 6, of course, But one has to bear in mind that it started a year and a half later. I'm going to present briefly the different work packages and what each of them is doing. So the name of the first work package is really representative of the main aim of the project, which is building an Arqus Research Alliance. In this first work package, what is being done is to organize some large-scale workshops, bringing together researchers from the different Arqus universities, so they have the opportunity of networking, of knowing what each other is, what they are doing, and of developing joint projects. And there is also some seed funding for the further meetings of the teams, the inter-university teams that come out of those meetings. So this is bringing together the members of the Arqus universities at the researcher level. And then the next work package focuses on bringing together university members at research policy maker level. So vice rectors of research, directors of research policy, and similar. So what they are doing at this level is they have been working on creating a joint research plan, which is a strategic document which is, has been approved yesterday at the Rector's Council. So that's very good news. And will now have to be rolled out. It is the very first version of it. Now it has to be rolled out. And after a year, there will be a review of it and approval of a second version, so to say. So the intention is to have a document which is regularly reviewed and where the improvements are implemented. And this second work package will also work on some bridging workshops, which will bring together the two main focus areas of the whole project, which are artificial intelligence, digital transition on one hand, and climate change, Green Deal on the other, which are two of the grand societal challenges which our societies face, and therefore have also been chosen for priority funding by the European Commission. So these are two of the focus areas of research and innovation, and these bridging workshops will bring together researchers that are working in these two areas to start to find possibilities of bridging the two areas and working together on joint projects, and for example, in the twin transition. Then on the left-hand side, we have two work packages that have to do with the relationship of research and research at universities with society. One of them has to do with the input that research policy can get from society, and they've been working on testing different methodologies to involve society, citizens and students in the setting of research agendas. And we have a work package that is working on finding innovative ways to transfer the results of research to society. Then on the right-hand side, we have another two work packages that have to do with the practice of science. One is working on the open science agenda, so it is very intimately related with what has been done in Action Line 6 on the openness position paper. It is based on that, and many of the people working in one are also working in the other. They will issue some recommendations on how to promote open science within the Arqus universities. They will create a network of ambassadors for open science that can serve as role models for researchers interested in working in open science, with open science methods, and some training material also with the same objective. Then we have a work package which is working on alternative assessment approaches to research and to researchers' careers. They have they are working on some documents which I will present in the next step, because I will be speaking also on the outputs, and there are some practical outputs there. And finally, we have two work packages which support all the others, which are management, which is basically the coordination of the whole project, and communication and dissemination of the events and activities of the project. Now we will see some outputs achieved so far. As I said, we're only in month 15 of our project out of the 36 months. We still have quite a long time to go until the end of the project. And the first output I would like to point out is the one I already mentioned, which is the Joint Research Action Plan approved yesterday by the Rector's Council. I would like to point out also in the area of the research assessment reform, the best practices document, which has already been published. It is publicly accessible on the Arqus website. And based on this, there has a discussion paper is being worked on currently, which is based on the reactions of the university hierarchies in the area of research to what has been said in the best practice document. There are a series of questions that have been posed to them, and the replies are gathered in the discussion paper. And the result of all of this will be some recommendations on how to further promote open science in Arqus. Then we have, as outputs achieved so far, also in the area of the open research agenda setting, the toolbox with 7 different methodologies that are participative methodologies to involve citizens in the creation of research agendas, as I mentioned before. Then these 7 methodologies have been tested in 7 different pilot workshops. Well, 4 of them have taken place already. 3 are still pending. And they will also give rise to a set of recommendations. Then we have the networking workshops for researchers on climate change and artificial intelligence. 2 of them should have taken place already in the month of January, in the month of March, but due to COVID they had to be postponed. And all of them, the 4 of them, will take place from now to the end of June. And we hope that we will have not only that we will reach the numbers that we have foreseen in the attendance, but mainly that we will have as a result many collaborative projects between Arqus researchers. And now I would just like to present what I've chosen as the highlight, because I think on one hand it is, has achieved the objective of bringing people physically together again after such a long time, and after so many lockdowns, and also because it has to do with the relationship that research and the work of universities has with society. And it's the different pilot workshops that have taken place already to test the different participative methodologies. So the first one was the one in Bergen, which was about micromobility in cities. That was in February. Then there was one in Vilnius, I'm sorry, but I haven't got a picture for that one, which was in mid-February, about climate action leadership. Then there was the one in Granada about blockchain for social and civic purposes in the month of March. And last but not least, the one in Graz about climate crisis between science and activism. So it's about how to support climate activism with solid science. All of these tested different methodologies of participation of society in the setting of the research agendas. And finally, we were also asked to talk a bit about the sustainability and impact, although I would like to say sustainability of the impact of Arqus RI outcomes, because it is really about what is the expected desired impact of each outcome, what does sustainability mean in each case, and finding out who can be involved in making those outcomes sustainable, so that we can draw up an impact and sustainability plan. This is what we're going to discuss tomorrow morning in a meeting devoted to Arqus RI outcomes, impact and sustainability. And I hope that at the next annual conference we will be able to present to you many more outcomes than we have been able to present today. And also another issue related to the sustainability of Arqus RNI has to do with analyzing what has been included in the new E+ application, what has been left out, but we consider that it's worth continuing with it, and therefore we would like to maybe put it in next Arqus RI project or any other, or in any other application to another funding opportunity. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Luisa. Thank you very much to all the Action Line chairs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time. So we're going to skip the Q&A session. But of course, the chairs will be available for your questions in the next days. Today, you can stop them, you can email them, but I'm pretty sure that was the presentation were quite complete and satisfactory.
Before closing this session, we would like to invite on the stage again Rector Petrauskas for the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
So, dear colleagues, you can understand it's difficult to summarize all these activities, so I will provide just a few remarks. At the beginnings of our alliance, we committed ourselves to work as the laboratory of institutional learning in the innovative and open way. Today's presentations of the action lines and Arqus research and innovation updates show that despite all the challenges, we continue to apply this approach consistently. In the complex pandemic circumstances, the Arqus community proved to be flexible, capable to adapt to the changing environment, and strongly committed to continue the implementation of the guiding principles of European University Initiative. We are already educating European citizens, promoting teaching excellence, supporting young researchers, and embedding inclusion, diversity, and multilingualism. I am especially happy to note that we are quite advanced with developing Arqus joint educational offer in a shape of challenging-based learning courses, summer and winter schools, virtual courses, and joint degree programs. Significant numbers of students, academics, and non-academic staff have already benefited from Arqus events, training, and mobility. We are also combining our institutional knowledge and best practices to develop common charters, policies, and frameworks of activities, facilitating our cooperation. In the area of research alone, for instance, we have laid good foundation for future cooperation by adopting well-developed and consensus-based documents, PhD Council recommendations, Openness position paper, and joint research action plan. I think we all agree that we made a significant progress, but let's be open. Our journey towards building an alliance as a strategic long-term partnership is just beginning. And we are probably at the end of what could be called phase one. We were not able to realize all our initial ambitions, and unavoidably, some activities proved to be more productive than others. Also, we still need to work more to go beyond project mindset towards the creation of durable structures, enabling direct collaboration between our academic communities. I think that the action lines have been serving their purpose to consolidate our efforts in phase one very well. So, in this period of almost 4 years, just 4 years, I would like to say, we achieved trust and shared understanding of our common interest necessary to move ahead. Well, universities develop over centuries, and we celebrate grand anniversaries like the one here in Padua. So let's be realistic about our pace. We go step by step in this and this seems to be too slow, but let's maintain the common sense of direction. As the final report of the Arqus Erasmus Plus looms large in the near future, we can say that we have reached most of our initial objectives. I would like to wish the whole Arqus community to continue our challenging yet meaningful work for the years to come. So, and with this optimistic view, I would like to say, we can close this session probably, and many thanks for speakers once again, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Rector Petrauskas for these closing words. Please don't run away right now, because we have 2 or 3 infos to give you. The first one is that we are uploading all the photos of the conference on the app, on the general information section, so you're free. You can check it or download the app if you didn't that before. And we are also uploading the material on our social media accounts. And I want to thank you all the communication team and the ambassador of the University of Padua for providing lots of material, also the photographers and all the media parts. And
we thank the people that followed us by streaming. Yep. And I'm really apologizing because for the people in presence, it's now time to go to have lunch and to rest a little bit. We need it, and I'm sure you need it too. So some basic instructions before you all get up and leave and run to the food.
Walk.
We're gonna.
Maybe we walk to the food.
Yeah, we walk.
Okay.
Really, yeah, in a very composed way.
I can. Okay, we can run. Okay, we can run if you want.
We can run if you want, but you can run following our volunteers. That we thank you so much for their help. We will thank you even later, but you're really helpful.
Yeah, we can do an applause. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
They will accompany you to Café Pedrocchi, where we're going to have our lunch. And of course, if you have any allergies or intolerance, you will find a corner for these special needs, and you can ask our staff for anything. We apologize, there have been some inconvenience previously, but everything's going to be okay. Please do not have problems or do not hesitate to ask us. And before going,
that's the moment
please,
you won't really miss.
Just one thing.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Maybe, may I?
Yeah,
we will be back, and I hope you will be back.
Okay, of course.
We will be back at 2:30. So we will wait for you. We hope to see you. And now the really big announcement.
Yeah, there's really a moment you won't miss, which is the photo group, of course. So please don't run, and we can occupy the space here because the photographer will be on the stage to have a photo of all of us. And we are, moving the chairs. So please come here. Not so.
Thank you so much.
Pattini prossimo anno. Secondo me se vuoi... Sì.
So, welcome back.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for returning after the lunch. We know it's an hard choice, but no, we're joking. Thank you for everybody for being back here. We know that some people are still coming up, but we have to start for this first section of the afternoon.
And we should looking forward.
Yeah.
That's the title of our new session. It's Looking Forward, New Perspectives for European Universities. So we invite our moderator, Ligia Deca. Yes, Ligia Deca, sorry. Presidential Advisor to the President of Romania, Department of Education and Research, and also one of our members of the International Advisory Board. So,
yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. It's a dream come true to be able to stand in such a room, which reminds us of the rich history that European universities have, and of the great privilege to be here for the 800th anniversary of the University of Padua. And I'm also honored to be moderating this panel, which tries to look forward and see how we envisage the future of the European universities. Most presentations talk about the idea of European universities stemming from the Sorbonne speech of President Emmanuel Macron in 2017. But for those of us immersed in the history of higher education initiatives, a different reality comes to the fore. Andrew Gunn documented in an article in 2020 the history of the idea of European universities. And in fact, the idea is as old as the European Union or the European community itself. Right after the Second World War, German economist Alfred Müller-Armack believed that European integration required a community of intelligence. A supranational university would fulfill this requirement, he said, while also acting as a role model institution. This idea linked with more generous idea, that of cultural community, cultural integration in Europe, which was put forward by Hallstein, an important German diplomat in 1955, was the base of a so-called German position, which was basically that a European-wide university would be an intellectual homeland to nurture a European elite. Now, that didn't prove to be the #1 priority post-war when it came to building a European community, but the idea didn't go away. In the usual debates about what Europe should stand for and what Europe should be based on, the German-French division came again to the fore. France disagreed in the 1950s and 1960s and argued for a more utilitarian view. They also saw a role for supranational universities, but they saw them as linked to top research priorities for Europe. In this case, it was the need for a supranational university for nuclear energy research and training. And this idea actually appeared in the Euratom Treaty. So you see this battle between a union of culture and social solidarity and a union of development in economy and trade is definitely not new, but it brings us closer to the current idea of the European university. Now, of course, at the time, there was a strong opposition from Western university leaders for such a supranational entity to appear. But that didn't stop the Italians, because we're here, to actually make a step back from the French-German division and actually set up the European University Institute, which started functioning in 1972. But this was not exactly the supranational university that the initial thinkers have put forward, but it was a school for European elites. The idea of European universities came back in 2005 when José Manuel Barroso talked about the European Institute of Technology, who initially should have had a campus in Strasbourg. That didn't happen either. What did happen, though, is that in 2017 in Sorbonne, when launched by President Macron, this idea took root in a very special context, which called for a Europe of values, a Europe of solidarity. And this is why, just a few years later, we're 5 years from that speech, almost 5 years, or 4 years and a half, and we already have 41 university alliances, which is twice as much as President Macron imagined in his speech. Actually, he called for 20 universities before 2024. We seem to have exceeded his expectations. And I think this goes in line with the accelerated rate of development when societies are faced with crises, which are also moments of opportunity. Now, I think we have come a long way, and I think this idea was distilled in 3 years' time to become the generous ideal that we now have. So I'm very honored to moderate this panel, which will be started by Ms. Vanessa Debiais-Sainton, which is the head of the unit on higher education of the European Commission. She will tell us more about the vision for the European University Initiative and what we should look forward to when it comes to policy plans. Right after, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers. And afterwards, I'm happy that I will be able to introduce Professor Massimiliano Zatin, Vice Rector of the Postgraduate and Doctorate Programs at the University of Padua here, and Professor Patricia Matus, which is Vice Rector for International Projects and Relations at the University of Wrocław. And I think it's very important that we have here the voice of a university, of a founding university of the Arqus Alliance, and a university which joins now in this new phase of the project. So thank you very much, and I look forward to listening to the interventions and then to your debates with the speakers. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, all of you. So, building on what I said this morning, that a sustainable and long-term perspective on university cooperation across borders is more needed than ever. Indeed, because to build a strong, resilient, democratic, and peaceful Europe, we need to defend and promote European democratic and academic values, as we just said, and we need a transformative vision for universities to address complex challenges and multiple crises, indeed. And we need for that deeper transnational cooperation among higher education institutions to be even more creative and stronger together. So this is precisely what the recently adopted European strategy for universities is about. The strategy has at its core to build a strong, resilient, democratic and peaceful Europe, defending and promoting European democratic and academic values, allowing knowledge to circulate and stimulating innovation are the vital element of our collective action. We can be very happy that today, this morning, the education ministers of all the member states have just adopted very supportive council conclusions on this European strategy for universities. And they have also adopted a very important text, which is a council recommendation for deeper transnational cooperation, which addresses many of the challenges that you shared with us last year on what are the most pressing challenges that you are facing with your European university. It does not solve everything, let's be honest, but it provides first solutions to these challenges. It triggered a lot of passionate discussions in the council, but here we are. We made very good progress, and we have a very good, I would say, compromise text now adopted today. And as part of this higher education package, so the strategy and the council recommendation, this provides the support for 4 key flagships. The first one are the European Universities Alliances. We now have 41 of them, indeed more than the initial plan that was 20, because you have shown us your enthusiasm, that you were ready to go for it. And that is why member states now agree to support more of them and to support up to 60 of them, so 60 European Universities Alliances by mid-2024, involving about 500 higher education institutions. So strong political support for this objective, together with working towards a joint European degree, which was part of the point that was hugely debated in the council, because we want students graduating from joint transnational programs like the ones that you're going to set in place as part of your European university. We want them to get a degree that recognize the huge added value of the training that you are going to provide them. In a training that is transnational, that provides transdisciplinary approaches, that provides strong cooperation with the innovation ecosystem, with researchers, companies, regions, and cities. And it's very important for the students to receive it as a strong symbol of a strong European identity. So member states have agreed to work together on co-developing the European criteria on which we will start with a joint European degree label that could be awarded to students before moving to a joint European degree. So we are now in the coming weeks and months work together with you, the wider higher education community and the member states to co-develop these European criteria. Just to be clear, a joint European degree will be delivered by the member states or the institutions as it is now. The treaty does not give the competence to the Commission to deliver degrees, but the added value is that it is based on common European criteria, and that the objective is also to address the challenges that many universities are facing when putting in place joint European degrees. And many of the recommendations that are already included in the recommendation just adopted are really a step forward in that direction by recommending member states to implement fully the Bologna tools, including the European approach to joint degree programs, but also to simplify the quality assurance of joint European degrees and to give more autonomy to the universities when it comes to developing joint educational programs, when it comes to the languages, when it comes to the proportion of online education, and a series of recommendations like that. So it's a very important step. As part of the flagships as well is a proposal to work towards a legal status for alliances of higher education institutions based on a voluntary basis, of course. It's the same for the joint European degree and for the legal status. We are not imposing anything on universities or higher education institutions, but we are providing instruments, tools for those higher education institutions and those alliances that feel ready for it and that feel the need for it. And we know that a number of European universities are very eager and have expressed the need for it. So that is why we are going to explore it, and we are going to explore it with a first pilot that we are going to launch this summer, to pilot these first ideas and to test the European criteria for joint European degree label, and to test existing European instruments that can facilitate the sharing of resources, of data, of IT infrastructures, for example, between higher education institutions across Europe. And now, as well, we have announced 50 additional supporting actions in the European strategy for universities that we are going to develop further in the years to come. But of course, member states have also a key role to play, as much as universities, in the implementation of this strategy. So we'll work together in the years to come on this plan to implement this strategy all together. And you, of course, as European universities, are leading the way. I'm very happy that Arqus submitted a new proposal to the Erasmus Plus call launched last year, so that we can continue supporting you in your activities, the activities of all European universities. Of course, it's not automatic. Now the proposal will be evaluated by external and independent experts, and we plan to publish the results during the summer. So we are very pleased by to see all the progress that the Arqus Alliance has made so far, in particular when it comes to the embedded mobility. And I think I've read 200% increase in numbers of mobilities within the Alliance, which looks very promising. And we are now looking forward, of course, to the next steps and possibly even more joint activities, joint programs together. And we very much welcome new partners as well within the Alliance. So I wish you a very fruitful conference. I would have loved to be able to stay longer, but unfortunately, I have other meetings to attend. But nevertheless, I would like to take a few minutes to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this first speech. So as we heard, if somebody has some questions, sorry for the limited time, but here's the time to make them. To Vanessa Debiais-Sainton. Okay, so if we are all clear, we thank you again for your time and hope to see you in person soon here in Padua or in one of the places of the alliances. And thank you again.
With great pleasure. Thanks a lot. Wishing you fruitful discussions.
Thank you very much. Okay.
So it's time for our next speaker. It's Professor Massimiliano Zattin, Vice Rector for Postgraduate and Doctorate Programs of the University of Padua.
So, dear colleagues, dear students, I'm very pleased today to have a chance to talk about one of the pillars of higher education, is doctoral studies. As you know, doctoral education is recognized as the first cycle in the Bologna process and is a crucial part of the EU's policies of achieving the European research area and of its funding programs. It is a very specific topic for this conference, but doctoral studies are considered one of the driving forces that contribute to the frontier research and to the development of our universities. Therefore, it represents one of the key elements on which our universities, and hence the Arqus Alliance, are built. I think that in all our laboratories and research groups, there is at least one PhD student, or PhD candidate if you prefer. So because of its importance, the nature of doctoral studies has been much debated in recent years, also within the Arqus network. In fact, at the end of the first leg of the project, the Arqus PhD Council elaborated a number of recommendations for the rectors that were intended to provide the basis for future activities. I start with these recommendations as we will discuss them in the next few minutes, and at the same time, they show the diversity among the partners. Looking at the priority ranks expressed by the different partners, we can see that some of them appear everywhere. For example, it appears that all universities agree on the implementation of the training offers through transferable skill courses. Then short to mid-term research stays are essential for most, if not all, the partners. In the case of significant periods abroad, these research stays could be recognized in the framework of a co-total agreement. But you can see also that some tasks receive very different importance. For example, the need for an Arqus certificate. So with this complexity in mind, a major question appears: which is the most effective model in the framework of the European University Initiative? Which kind of network organization can we imagine? There are no doubts about the large variety across the network. I give here some numbers. Maybe they're not completely correct, and sorry, I forgot to put Leipzig here. But they give us a quite good idea of what we are talking about. We go from, for example, 12 courses and 160 graduates per year in Graz, to 53 courses and 1,700 candidates in Migno, to 40 courses here in Padua with about 1,500 candidates. So as a whole, we have about 14,000 doctoral candidates in the Arqus network. And this is quite an impressive number. So difference in numbers reflects partly the size of the universities, but are due mostly to the rule of doctorate at a national scale and to local organization and management schemes. Just to have a broad idea, I report here a couple of slides obtained by a survey conducted by the European University Association in 2019. Here you can see the different rules of faculties and disciplines and the different importance given to the societal challenges. And here are the different goals. Most of the universities are working to prepare the next generation of academic staff, but not all agree on the rule of doctorate outside academia. However, there are no doubts about internationalization that has been highlighted everywhere as a key component to facilitate the development of research excellence and the quality of doctoral education. In 2005, the Salzburg principles were established in the Bologna process as the basis of the reforms for doctoral education. Among the 10 recommendations that came out, I focused the attention to number 3, in which it is clearly expressed the importance of diversity. As we know, Arqus is made by a number of institutions with many relevant differences, but these diversities should be valued. We need to find the best procedures, the best practices to organize our doctoral programs to enhance the diversity value. 10 years later, the European University Association elaborated a document to define the pillars for international doctoral education. The first of them is about research capacity and capability. Research is the basis of doctoral education, and internationalization of doctoral studies needs a proper supervision, adequate funding, and wide dissemination of research outputs. The second principle is the international profile of universities. Universities must be engaged in international activities and networks, support joint programs, and an international profile of doctoral candidates. The third pillar is about the capacity of institutional structures to support and to develop international doctoral education. The last principle is about mobility, not only of doctoral candidates, but also of the entire staff, which is involved with doctoral studies. Supervisor, firstly, but also administrative staff, given the importance of sharing good practices. In this framework, can we imagine the setting up of a kind of facilitator, let's say, for international activities at network level? In other words, can we imagine a kind of Arqus doctoral school or doctoral hub, whatever you want to call it? Is it worthwhile to spend time and energy for such a complex entity? I remember you that we are talking about 14,000 candidates. So which are the strengths, the weaknesses, and the opportunities of a doctoral education system at the network scale? So let's go to discuss the different elements and actors that are involved. The main actor is, of course, the doctoral candidate. In the past few years, there was a gradual change from a candidate-centered concept of doctoral studies to a more comprehensive vision which assures a professional development training for a range of skills that will be useful in their future lives and careers. The doctoral candidate should be trained in an environment that is international, interdisciplinary, and intersectoral. The European Commission defined 3 learning outcomes, which are, first, the knowledge at the most advanced frontier of the field of study, then the most advanced and specialized skills and techniques required to solve critical problems. Demonstrate substantial authority, innovation, autonomy, and integrity. So we should support programs that encourage intellectual risk-taking and creativity. So once again, regarding these outcomes, which is the added value of a network approach? So let's go to see the supporting actor, the supervisor. Well, this figure is, of course, present everywhere, as the supervisor is the man responsible for guiding the research and teaching of the PhD candidate. However, some differences occur through the network regulations. For example, in Lyon, there is one thesis supervisor, whereas in Vilnius is paired with the figure of consultant. In Italy, new regulations require at least one co-supervisor beyond the main one. In some cases, in some places, the supervisor has to be a member of academic staff, whereas in others, it can be non-academic. However, in the past few years, it appears that heavy reliance on a single PhD supervisor is not more robust. Sometimes with some differences at the local scale, as it is occurring here in Padua, the concept of supervisory team is arising. Candidates are overseen by a supervisory team, sometimes involving experts not belonging to the awarding university. And therefore, we have the chance now to extend this concept to an international level, with an interesting cross-fertilization of good practices and supervisory schemes. The framework is given by institutions. I already mentioned the differences that occur among the partners of the Arqus network. So now let's go straight to the point. Is the idea of an Arqus doctoral school or a kind of PhD hub worldwide? So let's go back to the diversity issue. We start from the idea that exposure to a plurality of cultures, languages, and experiences enhance learning, teaching, and research. Cross-border education facilitates cooperation, provides academic exchange opportunities, and fosters knowledge transfer within and between societies. Cooperative partnership provides access to complementary facilities and resources, allowing to find synergies to develop common research capacity. However, such a cooperative schemes needs to be supported by institutional structures, not only by appropriate funding, but also by adequate administrative capacity. An Arqus doctoral platform could offer a super system that enhances, for example, the mobility, of course, and act as a facilitator of the development of collaborative PhD programs among the project partners. It could serve as a collector for a course catalog of the didactic and research offered through the network. It could work for a quality assurance process. So if we accept such a framework, the consequent step is the possible certification of such activities. In the previous talk, we heard something about joint degrees, where a double, multiple, or joint degree is, I would say, much more than a period of a research abroad as a visiting PhD student. Joint PhD provides a fully integrated educational experience which benefit of a plurality of research and teaching environments. Joint and dual degrees promote academic excellence, also by attracting top talents, and develop intercultural and international awareness. These degrees meet the demand of a globally competitive, knowledge-based economy. In terms of politics, they promote global citizenships and social justice. They foster upward social mobility, self-resilience, and personal growth. From an institutional and administrative perspective, international dual and joint degrees programs are a strategy for strengthening the relationship with foreign partners, increase mobility, and again could serve as a strong marketing tool for attracting talents. Partnership can enhance career prospects and graduates' employability. The value added by joint degrees is somewhat overshadowed by the challenges and the frustration experienced by institutional representatives working in very different education systems. This was also well experienced during the first leg of Arqus project. Legal obstacles are common. We can have restrictive immigration policies, cumbersome visa procedures, recognition of foreign degrees and program accreditation can be very difficult sometimes. And moreover, there are often different cultural expectations, inequalities in power, and the need to ensure quality standards across partner institutions. So because of this, a correct approach to develop such programs should consider some major steps. So first, we need to start with a bottom-up approach to stimulate discussion, ideas. We need to create a group of people who put the basis for collaborations. But then, a top-down approach to policy decisions is strongly needed. We need a clear vision, clear goals, and clear decisions from academic governance. At the same time, institutional leaders should work with higher education governmental bodies to develop a framework that encourages some international collaborative programs. So I close with this slide from our Arqus website, in which basically all I said is already well summarized. Here we can read the key concept of Arqus Alliance, such as deep inter-university cooperation, joint governance structure, cross-cutting integration. So I think that we need to bring these concepts also to our doctoral studies, doctoral education. So today I talk about a very specific topic, but I believe that all the concepts that I mentioned could be exported to the different sides and fields of our academic life. You can read here in the first line the word ambition. Despite the complexity and the many difficulties, I think that we need to be ambitious. And I think that only with an ambitious vision we can be innovative, competitive, and attractive. And so let me conclude with a tribute to the 800 years of the University of Padua. Before the entrance in this room, you move through what we call the Hall of 40. As the rector said this morning, there you can see the portraits of 40 illustrious international scholars of different fields and countries that graduated here in the past centuries. Thanks to these people, Thanks to an international approach, our university could grow through the centuries and arrive here as a partner of this international alliance. And so I have no doubts to say that our past is the vision for the future. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Zattini, for your stimulating inputs for reflection.
Yeah, we go on with the next speaker of the session, Patricia Matusz, Vice Rector for International Projects and Relations, University of Wrocław. Welcome.
Buonasera a tutti, signore e signori, dear friends. It is a real pleasure for me and a great honor to represent Uniwersytet Wrocławski in this historic building of the University of Padua. And to be able to speak in such a place of a long history and, of course, on the occasion of the great anniversary. I would like to express my acknowledgement for the Padua team for organizing the annual conference of Arqus, but please allow me also to express my acknowledgement to the Granada team, especially Professor Dorothy Kelly and Fernando Galan for the coordination of the application group, who worked in the past weeks on the new perspective of Arqus. This is a great honor to be a new member of the family of the group, together with the University of Minho. Okay, I started with the thanks, like on the Oscar ceremony, and now it's time to say something serious. So please allow me to say a few words about the University of Wrocław, and if I may ask you to show the short video. We would be happy to have some pictures.
Wrocław is my first European city where I study and live.
I came back to the University of Wrocław.
I'm very happy to be here, and I don't want to think about leaving at all.
I study intercultural mediation at the University of Wrocław.
We do a lot of scientific experiments using some of the high-tech devices.
Ich bin Luisa und ich komme aus Lüneburg in Deutschland.
Mitt navn er Nikolai Stensland Iversen Shevchik, og jeg kommer fra Sømna I Norge.
ผมชื่อเซียแล้วผมมาจากกรุงเทพประเทศไทยครับ
Jina langu ni Priska Tumwijuche. Mimi nakuja kutoka Kampala, Uganda.
Benim adım Yücel Yılmaz. Türkiye'liyim. Ankara'da yaşıyorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, the University of Wrocław is one of the 10 research universities in Poland, comprehensive one. We are located in the fourth largest city in Poland with 650,000 inhabitants. We are very proud of our region, not because of the excellent location in the close proximity to Prague, Berlin, Dresden, and Vienna, which is a great importance for our international relations, but of course the cooperation not only with our neighbors, but only with those being further away. Let me mention just a few numbers to say something about my university. We are about 26,000 students, 1,200 PhD candidates, 10 faculties, 3,000 employers, and a lot of positive energy, and we hope this positive energy can be part of Arqus. The University of Wrocław is involved in mobility programs and puts a lot of efforts into developing of diversified offer to our international students, as you showed on the short video. We offer a lot of programs in English on all levels, bachelor, master, and PhD. But our goal is to develop and work in the international area because We strongly believe in the common European education, as it was stressed many times during the morning session. Today I would like to ask two questions. What does it mean for the University of Wrocław to be a member of Arqus, and what do we expect from this cooperation? But please allow me to start with some personal remarks. When I was a student, I know from some of students in the audience it seems to be ages ago, but when I was a student in the beginning of 90s, as a student from post-communist country, it was very difficult for us to get the scholarship and be a part of the Western universities. But I was the lucky one, and I got the Socrates scholarship at that time, which opened the door for me to the Western universities and higher education. Standing here makes me happy because it was a long way from this scholarship to the place when I arrived. But this scholarship really opened the door to an international career and international cooperation, which always has been a part of my professional career. So this is just to remind all of us how mobility and international cooperation might be important for individuals, but also for communities. When I started my research career, international cooperation in academia was mainly associated with research projects, publications, conferences, workshops, and the fellowship was somewhat related to teaching, but the main purpose in my case, and many scholars in Poland, was of course the mobility was related to research. But as Dr. Erdon Polak said in this morning's session, today we live in a very challenging and fast-changing world. In my opinion, our responsibility for the future generation is bigger than before. In our responsibility to educate young people who will be active citizenship, and I really believe that we have to put the efforts to educate and support the EU active citizens, who will together create a democratic space for development, for whom values such as human rights, democracy, anti-discrimination, and the rule of law will be the foundation of all activities. Together, in Arqus, we stand a chance to create such a space and didactic offer. Responding to challenges, adopted a new technology possibilities, emphasizing mobility, which is the basic for the exchange of thoughts, gathering experiences, and building the competences for the future. So for the next generation to come, Europe would not only be a slogan, not only be the theoretical concept, but would be the reality, the value that they believe in. Mobility of academic staff and students has always been a key aspect of internationalization in higher education. This is the main priority of the European Commission, published in the communication on achieving the European education area by 2025. Although the tough experiences of COVID-19 pandemic, we learned that mobility may not be limited to the physical one. So a discussion about the blended and virtual mobility, I know that some colleagues don't like the virtual mobility, but it's the subject for another discussion. But it started to be important again and discussed. Existing evidences confirm that virtual forms, such forms can serve as an effective option to address challenges related to cultural awareness, intercultural collaboration, and transversal or soft skills. As Professor David said this morning, the virtual forms can also be very inclusive and can reduce costs to allow more people to be internationally active. Nevertheless, virtual forms cannot completely provide the same kind of learning experiences compared to physical mobility, where many of the benefits are gained from immersion. And I really believe that this immersion in another culture is very important for us to gain the knowledge, the experiences, and the emotions which are related to our cultures, backgrounds, history, and languages. And it makes Europe really beautiful. A significant shift to virtual forms would present a wide range of challenges as well in terms of planning, logistics, and of course the development of platforms or other systems and the provision of technical support on the implementation of the use of this system. And I really believe that the digital Arqus is going to be something very important in the months and years to come. There is a general agreement among scholars that none of this form of mobility is an alternative for replacing others. Each form adds an enrichment of education in a different way. However, new technologies, technical possibilities enable us to be virtually active in almost everyday contact with teachers, scientists, and students all over the world. For me, when it comes to the Arqus Alliance, we should take advantage of long, short, and mixed mobilities, so that international context should become an everyday reality and not something unique for all members of our community. I would like to believe that my future student would start thinking about their career and thinking about our 8 institutions and not only the University of Wrocław. Arqus has promoted diverse forms of mobility, and in the new application, it has strengthened both physical blended and virtual mobility. In my opinion, students are very important, of course, but this is not the only target group for our activities in the Arqus Alliance. We speak about diverse communities, and it was strengthened in the new application. We should think about the mobility, exchange and learning process of academics, but of course for our administrative staff as well. Through the websites and virtual platforms, we should connect our community members and allow them easy access to the relevant opportunities within Arqus. I would really like to believe that the information about our activities would be accessible for every member of our community, and that we start thinking about Arqus as being our common project. Teaching mobility is an important tool for improving the quality of study programs for all partner universities. In my opinion, learning mobility has a positive effect of individual teaching skills, strengthen the development of an academic career, and can provide a common framework for academics working in similar fields. Such a framework can be the starting point for development of joint academic offers. We know that joint bachelor's and master degrees programs are very important for the entire Arqus offers. But in my opinion, the future of our education is the flexible offer of micro-credentials, for example, hybrid courses offered by our universities, open not only for students, but also for graduates who want to learn new skills, broaden their knowledge, and stay in touch with the latest results of our research. We live in an increasingly intercultural societies, and diversity is and will remain the future of Europe. The aim of our activity at Arqus should be to help students to gain this intercultural understanding that will be crucial for their future careers wherever they choose to go. For this skill, mobility and challenging ourselves in cooperation in Arqus seems crucial. Mobility offers a wider set of benefits, including the development of personal and professional skills and competences, increased adaptability to the new and changing environments, developing a sense of European citizenship. And I would say it once again, I really believe that this building the sense of belonging to the European values is something which is very important for us as a community of Arqus. In conclusion, the strength of Arqus, in the opinion of the University of Wrocław, if I may say so, should be based on strengthening the mobility and exchange between partner universities, the physical and the virtual mobility. And activities should be addressed the challenges related to cultural awareness, intercultural cooperation, and transversal or soft skills. In my opinion, virtual formats are different from physical mobility, as I said, although they can be perfectly used as a complement or alternative for physical mobility. By incorporating a combination of both and blended and virtual forms of mobility into a curriculum, students have greater opportunities to integrate an international learning experience, and we might be more inclusive for everyone who can be in touch with other members of the community on an everyday basis. And I really hope that this joint PhD Arqus School would be the reality, because I would like our PhD students to build a strong community working together, exchanging knowledge and ideas, and because they are the future of research in Europe. We take responsibility for our students, for the young generation, but today we are also responsible for students from Ukraine. Their education was brutally interrupted by Russian aggression. And in the coming weeks, we will for sure have to answer the question, how do we engage and how we can help them? I'm very glad that Arqus has expressed his opinion on the war in Ukraine and that we were able to say together that we are against this kind of violence. I'm sure we share the same values, and I look forward to work with all partners in Arqus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your speech. Maybe we can ask you to join us back here on the floor, along with Professor Zattin and our moderator, Dr. Deca.
Yeah, again, as we did this morning, we have some time now for question and answer, so feel free to
raise your hand.
To raise your hand. We have a microphone running around, and yeah, let's join the conversation all together on these very important topics. Thank you.
So, do we have some immediate questions to the presentations? If not, I might start and perhaps pick your brains a little bit, because both of you underlined important aspects of both existing and future cooperation within European universities. How we can work together to make more flexible the frameworks that allow for joint doctoral programs, and how do we envisage the process so as to not only have top-down but also a bottom-up approach, and I liked that framework of designing solutions for the future, while at the same time stating that although the Alliance was very good in preparing joint programs, the future is in fact micro-credentials, and how we enlarge the vision on how we can make relevant and flexible degrees in the future. So all this in a context of constant crisis, as it has been continuously underlined. It seems that both of you went back to the basics, so went back to the core missions of the universities. So I'm just wondering, how do you see this network of networks, which is in fact what we will have with 60 European universities, as announced by Vanessa. We will have, in fact, a sort of European university safety net when it comes to preserving values and when it comes to making sure that our young people get the European citizenship opportunity that they deserve. So how do you see this network progressing? How do you think these core missions that you've referred to can actually become not just a safety net, but perhaps a place where, you know, we can launch our European ambitions when it comes to higher education even further? So how do we move from core functions to being in the driver's seat when it comes to European development? It's an open question. Please, Professor Matus.
Thank you. When I thought about the future of Arqus and our role in the Alliance, I thought about my students, and as I said, I would like them to think about the cooperation in everyday activities, not only because, okay, I referred to the personal experience from the past, and when I was a student, this scholarship was not accessible, and it was really, really difficult to get the scholarship. But now with Erasmus+, it's easier for our students to be mobile in the sense of going for one semester or two to the other country. But I would like the mobility within the Alliance to be a much more frequent experience than just 1 or 2 semesters during the BA or MA. It's the reason why I mentioned the micro-credentials and very diverse hybrid courses, because, okay, pandemia was, or still is, a kind of bad experiences, but when I've been observing my researchers and professors, we have learned a lot. Okay, there are not many people from my team here, so I can say very honestly that I was really surprised by the fast learning experience of some professors who were very far from the technical innovations, and everyone learned something. So we are much more open and flexible to prepare hybrid courses together. I mean, not within one university, but among the partners, so that the students can go for shorter visits, summer schools, winter schools, or just the courses. I can imagine people coming for my short, fast course 1 week to Poland, but of course the part of it might be hybrid for other students. So the very diverse and different forms of mobility should be included in the curriculum of our students as a part of Alliance, not a mobility being one experience during the BA or MA, but just being something common and accessible, and therefore we need the platforms to have the update version of our offer, just to attract students, and not only students, but also other members of our community to be active, and to believe that now you have the offer of 8 institutions and not just from your own.
Thank you. Professor Zatin.
Yeah, first I liked what you say before, Patricia. You say that you hope that your students in the future will be the students of Arqus, the Arqus Alliance. And I think that this is really what I hope, and this is the ambition that we need to have here. In terms of PhD education, I said that research is the core of the PhD studies, but in terms of network level, what I think is the real added value is to expand our lab here in Padua to a supervisory scheme which take the advantages to see many different options, many different ways to work, And in fact, the mobility schemes that we had in the previous leg, in the first leg, you know that we had in the action line 6, there was the mobility for groups of PhD. This was very interesting because they report a very different way to work from the place where they went. And this contamination is really crucial for the future. So we start from the basic values of our universities in Padua and your university, but I think that really Arqus give us the opportunity to have a, well, the network, the different networks give us the opportunity to have a much more goals, much more targets, much more ways to work, much different ways to work. Well, I agree. I would like to see my students say, we are students of the Arqus network.
So to come back to that, just a quick comeback. Do you think Arqus should introduce mandatory mobility sojourns at PhD level, for example?
It's a tricky question, but when I say I for the mandatory courses, it's really against my DNA, but I'm against everything what is mandatory. But on the other hand, I really believe that PhD school is the time when you should start thinking about your career being international. There is nothing like national education or national research. We should believe in the cooperation, and we know from our experiences, because all of us are researchers as well, that it's crucial for the exchange of ideas, but methods and perspective is something which only can be beneficial for the final result of the PhD. So, mandatory. I think we have to find the way how to push all our PhD students to, you know, to go abroad without this mandatory regulation.
Yeah. I think they say I don't like the word mandatory. My colleagues do not like the word mandatory. Although our national rules that it should be mandatory to go abroad for the students. I hope that there will be a kind of natural evolution to go out. So I don't want to force anybody, also because the different fields of study needs different times and way to work. So if you have the best laboratories in the world here in Padua, why to go out? So yes, you can go out for some weeks, maybe to learn something else. And so transferable skills in this topic is very important. So transferable skills is one of the things that should be learned in a network level, really.
If I may add something, maybe we can offer some courses for PhD students in our institutions which might be attractive for them to travel not only from the research point of view, but there are many interesting courses related to soft skills also, which might be interesting for students to come to Wrocław, for example, just for a week or two to learn something maybe not strongly related to the research, but giving another perspective or gaining another skills.
Yes, thank you. We have a question there.
Yeah, I'm really happy because we had a discussion with the University of Granada, the PhD student there, and we said that we would love to see joint programs. And when you mentioned it, we are really happy to see that. And I have two short questions. One is that we can see how joint programs can work for political scientists or social scientists, but for historians, for instance, that it's mostly in native languages. How do you see the joint programs to be conducted? Because I know history in Poland, in Wrocław, it's in Polish, for instance, and I don't know in other countries. And the second question is, are we planning also to have something about the precarious, how precarious is to be a PhD? Because there is a lot of discussion about, let's say, when we are going to companies, we are overqualified, and also
some young researchers cannot get proposals because they get feedback that they are not very much qualified. So are we planning also as Arqus to discuss this topic about how precarious is to be a PhD? Because we were also discussing about this, our future employment. Thank you.
I am not a specialist in PhD.
Professor Zatin, I think that the second one was directed to you, surely.
The first question was about the differences between, well, if this joint can work also for some specific topics, not really. Yeah, languages. Well, we mentioned about soft skills. I think that whatever you are studying, soft skills are useful for everybody. Yeah. So I insist that the periods of row could go for these soft skills first. And then if you find something good laboratories, yes, of course, you can also go for these laboratories. But transferables and soft skills is the first target first. And the second question was about employability of PhDs. Yeah, employability. There are some papers that appears in the past few years that demonstrate that employability for PhD graduates is much higher, or higher, let's say, than the graduates. So I think that once again, and the employability is also enhanced by a period abroad. So the companies are looking for graduates that stays for some months abroad. So it's quite true that you need, as PhD candidate, to go out because for sure employability will be higher. Maybe not in all the fields, but in most of the fields, and we have the number to say this.
I would add something about the common courses or the joint offer in PhD schools. There are several skills like how to publish in internationally recognized journals, how to prepare a grant proposal, how to work on your postdoc application, etc., which are common for all PhD wherever you are affiliated. So there is a common ground for joint offers and courses for the PhD, where they can learn the skills necessary for the academic career, which are same for all of us.
Thank you. Fernando, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you for the three speakers and Lydia for the moderating. And I will take from your words, Lydia, and I will play a little bit of devil's advocate here. I think you mentioned that there were many attempts of trying to set a European university throughout the years, and none of them really fly out as we were expecting them. And even Erasmus at this stage still remains an opportunity for a few lucky ones. So really, if we want to reach a higher number of students and staff, we need to change cultures, and that takes time and it's difficult. So my question for the two speakers will be, from a university that has been already almost 3 years in Arqus and a newcomer, how do you see that it will be the most effective way to change culture in some sort of not rapidly changing institution like a university? And Lydia, if you allow me also to ask you, as a former head of secretariat of the Bologna process, how you change culture of the national governments in order to facilitate that change. It's not just about regulatory frameworks, it's also about allowing and trusting your universities to have this flexibility and innovation opportunities. And my very last thing, taking the chance, we are at the 800th anniversary. What will be your wish for the next few years for Arqus?
800.
Well, how do we make European universities more inclusive? Well, I think we have a good basis. Starting from the number of them and the number of universities included, that's already a step in the direction of inclusion that was made following fierce political debates. As we all know, the debate started from European universities being networks of excellence rather than inclusive networks of European universities which safeguard European values and identity. Second thing which I think will matter is that, unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not sure, inclusion is not necessarily a core topic for universities historically. So European universities, with its approach towards inclusiveness and equal access, has actually brought the topic to the fore of all partner universities. And we've seen very active groups and communities which actually discuss how to improve inclusion in all partner universities and in the Alliance as such. And I think this is taking hold, and it's much more enthusiastic than in other parts of the work plan. So I think the fact that this is a topic mainstreamed by this European University Initiative really helps. And overall, I do believe that European universities are bringing more inclusiveness, at least in the core concerns of universities. And now I'll leave my fellow panelists.
In the political science, we speak about the agents of change. And these agents of change might be a role model for the alliances to spread the message that the mobility is something important and also should be not obligatory included in our everyday work. And I said that the technical possibilities and tools give us more chances to be active on the everyday basis. But I really believe that the physical meetings and normal in-person ones also gives us a sense of belonging to something. And I think we need to think, and I don't know the answer now, but we should think how to create the sense of belonging to the Arqus Alliance among the members of our community, to think more as a network and an alliance than the single institution. It is a challenge that I'm sure about this, but it's something which should be crucial, and that's the reason why I started with my students, and I hope that I'm going to convince them, let's start thinking about yourself being a part of the alliance and not only the University of Wrocław, which of course remains the closest to my heart.
And I can add that I hope that also my colleagues in the future will say we are part of Arqus Alliance. Because if I go around through the departments, actually not so many people is talking about Arqus. I don't know the situation in the other universities, but here in Padua, I can say that just a minority of people knows about Arqus. And I think that our task now is to go in the departments, in the research groups, talk to colleagues first, and we need to stimulate a lot the ideas, the discussion. As I said before, we need to create a basis for discussion, ideas and collaborations at all the levels, staff, students, and colleagues and professors. And then this is the first step to be really a member of the Arqus Alliance, to feel the Arqus Alliance.
But I think maybe the first Arqus was about creating the agents, and then they are going to push the change to the other member of the community, and it's going to be our challenge for the years to come.
Thank you. Do we have other questions, comments? Yes, we have one over there. Until the mic gets there. Just a clarification on the mandatory mobility. Well, if the Commission jumped from one call to the next from 2025 to 50, I'm just imagining the next step. Please.
Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting to see your approaches. And just a small comment. Firstly, I think in all this kind of discussions and, this joint sessions which we're having now, firstly, I think there has to be more students and more academic personnel. So this is one of the main things which we have to include. I think we should be more open, not only use these conferences only for administrative persons and those who are working only in Arqus. So that's the idea. Maybe it will be used anyways. Today's world is also, we're facing a lot of issues. We had COVID, we have war situations, we have different. I know that university is a huge organization. When we were talking about European universities, we even seek for other goals. But I'm more interested because this discussion is about new approaches of European universities. Are we, or we should think about online university? Is it our approach? Because we won't run that far, because this question will come back. Students, or those who are high school students, they want to study from everywhere. And here academias, as we stand here, will have to change. And will we be that, will we be those partners who are on this change, or we will be step ahead? So will we step ahead or just backwards, going backwards, or staying just like a normal institution? It's a philosophical question. I know that there isn't right question and an answer to it. So mainly just I'm interested in your thoughts. Where we as a alliance should be going on. Thank you.
No. That's nice. So the question is, if students want to learn from basically everywhere, what role is there for European universities such as Arqus, right? That's the gist of it. Well, I think European universities are the litmus test, the sounding board of all European reforms that we've seen in the past 2 decades and a half. Everything that we talked about in the Bologna process, recognition, mobility, quality assurance, qualifications, trust, student-centered learning, social dimension, everything is tested in the concept of European universities. Even newer concepts like micro-credentials or virtual exchanges of all kinds are being incorporated into this. So if this concept succeeds, I think it should be able to withstand this test of the future, being able to learn from everywhere, but maybe the university remains the clearinghouse of what's relevant to learn from any place. So that's my personal take on it.
As I said, I strongly believe that we have to incorporate all new forms and test all possibilities, mixed methods in terms of virtual and real mobility. But I like your question about should we go online and be an online university. I tell you something, I would like to stay on the beach and do my lectures instead of sitting in my office. But on the other hand, I really love to come and have tough discussions with my students in the classroom, because then we can see each other and challenge each other even more than via the camera and internet. So, in my very personal opinion, no. I really like to meet the different personalities and with different backgrounds, and a little bit fight with one another during the seminars and lectures and challenge each other. But of course, I think that we should be, as university, we should be open for all new technical possibilities to have as well the online classes and online courses and use different methods. But 100% online, not yet. For me, of course.
Here in Padua, but I'm sure that also in your places, there's a big debate about this. And the rector is not here, but I know the answer. Her answer is no. Absolutely no. Of course, we promote the new way of teaching, as we have seen these days, but completely online, absolutely no. We have some universities in Italy, private universities that are working online, but it's different kind of job, different kind of education. And in terms of PhD students, I cannot imagine a biology lab in your home, in your room. So for this kind of research, you need to stay in the lab, right?
Sorry, I know I was supposed to close the session, but I see Eva wishing to say something, so perhaps we'll allow her as the last word.
I have two questions. The first one is really for Vanessa, but she's not here anymore, but it's a long-term one. I did a quick calculation. If the aim is to have 60 European universities by year 2024, and the average of each alliance is about 8, we're looking at close to 500 universities being engaged in one of the alliances. European University Association has 850 members, so that's 2/3. I'm not a mathematician, but that's pretty close to 2/3 of the institutions being a part of an alliance. So my first question is, what's the end goal? What's the end goal, and what happens to those who are outside the alliances? Are we only going to have 60 university networks eventually, and then the others will wither? That's the first long-term question. But the second question is, how many of the students who are here envisage one day, because Vanessa also spoke about a joint European degree, actually graduating with a degree from Arqus, an Arqus degree, rather than a degree from Padua or from Vilnius? Or is that also, in a sense, to be envisaged in the future? Because I think one of the major obstacles for visibility will remain the absence of a degree that has Arqus or any other name of the alliances that exist as part of it. So two questions that look really down the road.
Well, we can take them as food for thought, but if our panelists want to respond, then it's perfectly fine.
It was to you.
Well, I think the 8 in 800, if we switch it, then it becomes a very long-term discussion. No, it's obvious that notoriety and prestige do not come in 4 years that we had since the European University Initiative was launched. So the discussion about what happens when the EU money stop is definitely a discussion for our next meeting. And I would like to thank Eva for these last words, and surely our 2 plus Vanessa, our 3 panelists who have made this afternoon so interactive. So thank you all, and thanks to the audience for such an engaging debate.
But
yeah, we are also perfect in time, so
yeah,
which
and
is,
it's coffee time.
and it's coffee time too, so double thanks.
See you back here at 4:30. We will try to be punctual this time, but we will come and get you. Don't worry. So please enjoy your coffee. You know the place, you know where to go. Thank you.
So thanks everybody again for being here for our final session. We saw a lot of photographing things going on, so please share it also on social media. There's the official hashtag for the Arqus conference. So I know that our Instagram account is publishing things, so maybe you'll be featured also. Why not? And apart from the photos, our final session has this title, this presentation of the Arqus Openness position paper.
So the session will be moderated by Professor Rui Vieira de Castro, Rector of the University of Minho. So
Which is there. An applause for him.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to this final session of our conference. I'd like to thank all the participants to be here with us, all professors, students, the non-academic staff. Special thank to the speakers, to the authors of the position paper that we are going to comment, and also to the other contributors to it. And personally, I would like to thank very much the invitation to be here with you, to the opportunity to participate in this, also in the celebration of the 800 years of the University of Padua. I'd like to start these initial words by trying to answer 3 questions that I put to myself. The first one was why position papers produced in the context of an alliance like Arqus? And this is the second question, why position papers in Arqus? And the third question is why a position paper on openness and open science? So, answering the first question, why position papers? These papers are very relevant for organizations because they usually state a point of view on a specific, considered to be relevant topic. They can support a debate, they can support the debate of such a topic through the presentation of substantiated arguments and evidence. And finally, last but not least, they can support sets of practices. Then, why position papers in Arqus? First of all, and this was mentioned already several times during this day, we are a very diverse community. We are diverse in the policies that we adopt in our institutions. We are diverse in our traditions. Some of us get on their shoulders hundreds of years of history. We are also diverse in our institutional practices. But if this is true, it is also true that we are committed to share. We are committed to converge, to collectively build our future. And if this is the case, it becomes obvious the answer to my third question. Why a position paper on openness and open science? The answer is an easy one, and actually it is given in this document, the Arqus mission statement. And I will quote now. Arqus acknowledges that open science can increase diversity, equity, inclusion, and the notion of scientific knowledge as a public good. The quality of trust in and public understanding of science, as well as efficiency, innovation, and wealth. Some notes now on the characteristics of the document that our colleagues will present in just a few moments. I'd like to underline, first of all, the comprehensiveness of the document. And this is made visible by the kind of conceptualization of the idea of openness and open science. It is given a complex, gives a complex definition of these concepts, considering publications, data, infrastructures, citizen science, open education, open innovation. So the idea is to give a broad understanding of what is openness and of what is open science. Then, and this is a very interesting part of the document, there is a clear vision of open science, and I don't resist to quote from the document. The year is 2051. Europe and its knowledge society are thriving thanks to its OS and innovation system. Thanks to open education, lifelong learning is available to all. To solve global problems, citizens, businesses, universities, and many new players collaborate in flexible global networks. Research outputs from universities and public research institutions are distributed online, free of cost. Through a culture of research based on open peer review and open research assessment, researchers are supported in producing high-quality research proposals and publications. Open interconnected infrastructures have emerged from the beginnings of the European Open Science Cloud. Maybe this, some of you can maybe consider this position or this vision too optimistic, but it clearly states the future in which direction we want to, we want to go. The document, maybe it is too optimistic. It needs to be too optimistic. But at the same time, the authors, they clearly identify some tensions that we have to face. Among these tensions are those emerging from the fact that enabling and fostering the implementation of open science practices requires financial and administrative resources. I'd say substantial financial and administrative resources. One fundamental debate, it is also stated, is about how academic research should be made available to society in order to achieve a maximum of impact and benefit in commercial settings or free to access and use. A third area of tension and another controversial issue concerns the extent of intellectual property rights attributed to individual researchers or institutions. And finally, the authors consider the fact that much of the current debate focuses on the concept of academic freedom of research in the open science framework. So these are really tensions with which we have to deal in our institutions and in the context, of course, of Arqus. In spite of this, several guidelines are produced and stated in document for future developments at different levels. Governance, publications, data, methods, infrastructures, citizen science, open education, and open innovation. This is a key feature of this document. It's comprehensiveness. A second feature that I want to underline has to do with its relevance, because it gives us a precise definition of the areas of cooperation that can be explored in the context of the Alliance, and it expresses commitment to a complex process of conceiving implementing and monitoring open science. In sum, this is a very relevant document, a very helpful document that I'm sure will help a lot to build our Arqus Alliance. So thank you very much to the authors for what they did, for what they put in our hands. I know that some modifications can be introduced, but the work done till now is very relevant for all our community. So thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Professor De Castro. And we would like to start with the first speaker for this last session, for this today's last session.
Yep, from the University of Lyon, Serifa Boucassin-Zegmouri.
We'll talk about open science and career development.
Okay. Yeah, thank you too.
Thank you very much.
Inclusive chair for short people. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. the Moderator, dear colleagues, dear students, thank you so much for your kind invitation to this international event. I'm very honored and I'm very impressed to be here with this talk at this very prestigious university, the Galileo University. So thank you so much. As a preamble, I would like to say to what extent this talk owes to the Arqus team members, researchers and librarians with whom I enjoyed sharing and debating on how the institution of science is questioned by these big challenges and large-scale problems of our society. To start, now, allow me to start with, yes, I can see it here, perfect. Now, allow me to start this talk with a question, which is it the first time, is it the very first time science comes to the rescue of the big challenges of our society, of our civilization? To answer this question, let me invite you to take a quick trip back in time together. Do you know who? So, she is Germaine de Staël, a European woman, a European intellectual woman, a fervent protector of freedom, even in face of Napoleon Bonaparte, who exiled her. Richard Horton, the editor-in-chief of The Lancet, depicted her as the pioneer of the open science idea. You will not be surprised to know that I totally agree with him. We owe the first academic formalization of open science, of the idea of open science, to Robert King Merton, the father of sociology of science, with his famous text published in 1942, a very special date, in the middle of the Second World War, titled A Note on Science and Democracy. This text is a founding one to highlight how science encouraged the spread of freedom and of liberal democracy. It returns to the importance of knowledge dissemination in society as a pillar to reduce all form of populism and totalitarianism. The war in Ukraine today invites us to return to this text, which remains relevant in these troubled times and in these sad times. Let me point out that Paul Allen Davies' work in the early of this millennium on open science clearly showed how the idea is rooted in the European history of patronage, how this constitutes a legacy, and how fragile is it today. Big Science period, to quote Derek John de Sola Price's famous book, has fostered new form of totalitarianism. The period has involved the commodification of science, a phenomenon demonstrated and studied by many scholars. Perhaps some of you, as old as me, remember this chart, this famous association research library diagram showing how high the price of journal subscription was rising in the late of the 90s. It alone summed up the scientific publishing crisis. The convergence of the transformation of the article into commodified unit, the rise of branding mechanism, and the publish or perish rule have called into question intellectual property as public goods and knowledge as common. Maybe the most emblematic and recent example of this was the COVID pandemic, which showed how limited and restricted access to scientific knowledge could be. Even if the mobilization of publishers during the first month of the pandemic was swift and undoubtedly salutary, it still showed the extent of the remained enclosures of science. Now let me show you another diagram. This one, when you look at this amazing rise of number of papers published, you can understand it in different ways. It resonates with the hyper-specialization of science, but it is also the effect of acceleration and inflation in the form of scientific production and the pressure of publish or perish. Thinking in papers has become the new opium of the researcher, who sometimes forget to ask about reproducibility, replication, data reuse, and so on. The fundamental question of advancing knowledge and disseminating it sometimes go by the wayside in favor of the question of matrix scores and rankings. And I really, really like this quote of Hannah Arendt on publish and perish phenomenon. The commodification of science knowledge, the constitution of monopolies, and the rise of technological conglomerates are truly the new totalitarians that we are facing today. They erode the impact that the work of scientists can have on their fellow citizens. They limit access to knowledge and scientific culture, which are essential components of freedom and democracy. So without any irony, what would be the link between the alarm call of a scientific community on global warming, on climate change, repeated 20 years later, the Cambridge Analytica affair questioning the US election campaign, and the Netflix movie broadcasted in December 24th, in Christmas, as a gift, as a present? The answer is undoubtedly synthetic. It is in line with the democratic issue of the circulation of valid, certified knowledge in society, including in the media and digital media. The citizen, the electing citizen, is informed and aware of scientific advances. This is at the heart of these issues. Having said that, we can state that there is a factory of ignorance that urges us to rethink science in its relationship to society. Within the edifice of science, the issue of retraction and replication crisis are certainly the most worrying signs because it undermines trust and integrity. It is no more, no less than a step back in the times of the previous ethos of secrecy that prevailed in the 16th century before the very early ideas of enlightenment and the very first openness for formulation. The media are regularly reporting on this. The language and rhetoric used to describe this phenomenon are becoming more and more widespread, with now famous expressions such as science malpractice, predatory publishing, science fraud, and so on. Rethinking science is therefore essential and urgent. To bring us to openness as a proposal for reformulation, as for reforming science, this first attempt was initiated in the early of the millennium with the concept of e-science or digital science based on digital technology. Its potential and its infrastructure, the role of technology is central here, but its social and epistemological anchorage were insufficiently addressed. The second stage envisaged opening up science to boost innovation, increase economic and social growth, as was mentioned today, and the Royal Society landmark report, Science as an Open Enterprise, is a good illustration of this approach, which consists in reviving the post-war idea of useful science, but this time more oriented toward the economic sector. This utilitarian dimension of science was taken up and developed by the first text of political scope of the European Commission. At that time, the discourse was described as adjective, too meta, discursive, too homogenizing, and so on. The top-down approach of the first open science policies were therefore debated, criticized, and even challenged. The limitation of this reformulation proposal was that it did not consider openness as a social praxis. It did not consider the cultural dimension of science, its social structures, and the recognition and assessment mechanism of research that researchers face, which means that the belief in open ethos is not necessarily aligned to the participation in open behaviors. Eppure si muove. This is the famous sentence of Galileo. And yet, science is opening up. It is opening up in a concrete and real way. Science openness can even be measured in France. We have a barometer of open science. A culture of openness is really underway, even if the concepts and terminology are not always clear or precise. Value-based practices and standards are developing. Skills acquired here and there from colleagues and from librarians are developing. The best example I could provide here comes from a recent research I'm involved in. When we interviewed early career researchers on open science, they said they didn't know what it was. But looking more closely at how they carry out their research, we came out to the conclusion they were practicing it. The whole story is that they understand and enact the idea of openness, but do not label it as open science. ECR understanding of openness is completely anchored in the Martinian values of science. It is truly the phenomenon of tacit knowledge that is manifested here. It is also about policy alienation, feeling as many researchers consider policy as being not representative of their realities. This is why openness is, in all its form, has become legitimate research object in its own right, in the affiliation of prize big science, a research object of a multidisciplinary nature. The practice of open science, which makes the entire process of scientific investigation available, is very multiple and is combined at different levels in different activities and in different disciplinary frameworks. The two priority pillars, that of publication and research data, occupy an important place from the point of view of the actors and stakeholders they involve, typically the case of funding agencies. What I consider as the second generation of open science policy that started with the Amsterdam Call for Action in 2016 are precisely reframing policy, trying to consider the admittedly contrasting reality of open science practices, lack of researcher incentives, and the academic system credit. The most recent policies are nourished by bottom-up approaches and take more account of the social construction modes of knowledge in the digital age. The better acknowledge the need for differentiated approaches between disciplinary fields. They are also more supportive of the issue of training and skills, but above all, they address the crucial issue of rebuilding the social contract between science and society, which must be rethought outside the power relation of the market. Research evaluation, time for recognition. In the most recent development of these policies, a subject that has been forgotten for too long, even though it is one of the most difficult obstacles, that of the recognition of the researchers' open practices as a contribution to science in its own right. It is about giving up on the publish or perish rule and indicators and much more. The integration of openness in the research evaluation exercise, the recognition of a broader definition of scientific production and output. France, in the context of its European presidency, has made a commitment and has made this a battle horse with Europe. The end of the on-merit research program, led by Tony Ross-Hallower, a colleague from Graz, gives reason to this approach. He recently published a paper that we can truly welcome as a manifesto. Now, after the Paris call on research assessment, after the Open Science European Conference held in Paris in February this year, a reform of the research assessment system is underway. A European coalition has formed around the Paris call. Within this framework, it is now playing the role of facilitator and has defined a drafting group for the coalition agreement. Karen Strubans, member of the drafting group, recognized that there is still is a long way to go to achieve this goal. The recent definition of open science proposed by the UNESCO and mentioned this morning, if I remember well, considers the value of science as defined by Robert Merton, the challenges of digital infrastructures that are essential to collaborative and globalized dimension of modern science, and the societal challenges that we see all too often in our news and actualities. University alliances such as Arqus implement this and show in an unprecedented way how alliances can be the best response, how alliances can be a leverage. Now, let me conclude this talk by asking another question. Finally, could we not ask ourselves whether open science is not just science as it should be, as we would like it to be? Grazie a tutti per la vostra attenzione. Ringrazio particolarmente l'Università di Padova e il Consorzio Arqus per l'organizzazione di questo seminario. Grazie.
So, thank you very much to Professor Bukascem Zigmuri. Grazie also for your words in Italian, much appreciated.
Yeah, we continue with our next speaker, which actually are two from the University of Graz. We're glad to introduce you Hildrun Walter and Christian Kayer. So please join us in the stage. Thank you very much with an applause.
Everybody, thank you for being here with us also after this long day. I'm very happy and honored to talk here about our position paper. Thank you very much for this kind introduction to the topic and to its importance. And I'm very honored also to speak on behalf of our task force. So it's not just the two of us. We are a much bigger working group, so thank you. I will talk about our development and our working process to achieve this document. And as a starting point in 2019, we had a project description of the Arqus Erasmus Plus project. And it told us that the mission is to establish a task force to enhance open science and citizen science, accompanied by the following tasks. So, to establish a task force with at least one expert from each institution, to meet regularly in order to work on a sustainable strategy on how to deal with open science issues, to include open access, open data, the European Open Science Cloud and citizen science within this document, and to develop a position paper and present it at the annual conference. So here we are. Yeah, how did we arrive there? So we have different milestones. We started with surveys on the term of citizen science and open science, of course, on the status quo at the Arqus institutions for the implementation. Then we established this task force, which had more than 35 persons involved. And so it was a big issue to get to know each other, since COVID affected us all, and it was all in digital mode. And to get to know 30 people at the once or at the time is rather difficult. So we started to topic-oriented working groups. Yeah, so it was about best practice for infrastructures. It was about citizen science. It was about awareness and teaching. And of course, we looked for all these important documents from various institutions, not last but not least the UNESCO. And we established, in the end, also a co-author team to be more agile and dynamic than with this 35 people. So we developed groups of 2 persons that were dedicated to one element of the open science, and they worked on aims and recommendations, and then we came together and discussed. And so what we had were different text blocks, elements, issues. We had terms and documents outside. And Christian and I started to gather all this and to build a document out of it. And this paper draft was then sent to our task force and to several other stakeholders at our universities, and we asked for feedback. And we came up, I'm very happy about this, we came up with our position paper. So here you see most of our 14 core contributors. And what is important, I think, is that we have so many perceptions of open science inside of these people. So we have academic staff as well as researchers here. We have librarians. We have research support persons. We have professors on software and infrastructure. So this was very diverse and very interesting to work together. Yeah, here I want to show some pictures about the workflow, because what I liked very much was the idea that we had somehow to envision and also to visualize this very diverse topic with so many branches. And so we really took paper and pen and wrote it down and somehow tried to arrange. So you can't move it around as in the digital version. So you really have to become more clear where does it stick together. And this was very helpful. And then we came up with a very, very crowded version of an open science cosmos where we integrated lots of terms and ideas. And we sent it to our colleagues, to the 7 universities, and asked for feedback. How should we manage this? How should we integrate all this? Where should we go? And what we get as answer were 7 different approaches and ideas of how we should conceptualize all this. And it was a main part of the work also to see where are common goals, where are common perceptions, what are the differences and why are they here? And how should we come to a good compromise, not losing all the important ideas. So this was just to give a little bit overview of our workflow. When developing our paper, we started with the idea of a policy document. So we started with different chapters that are found in those documents. And then we somehow rearranged this according to the importance, the implications they have, and also the commitment that is needed. And so the vision that was first in the annex became such an important element for our working together for the Alliance, as it also was mentioned, thank you. And so it became a main part of the document. The definition first had some neighboring concepts. So we had open science as a core definition, together with citizen science, open education, and open innovation as neighboring concepts. However, when discussing and working together, we perceived that it's so important to think all these processes together, since they can benefit from each other. And so we decided, we decided to integrate them to the core definition and the broad concept of open science. The unintended negative consequences, as we called it first, were discussed, and we thought that it's nicer to call them areas of tensions, and since it's also somehow a mandate to discuss it, to look where are the problems, what can we do about it, where can we shift something to get further, and to benefit from it as universities and as University Alliance. Then we have the achievement part, so a demonstration that we not start from the scratch, but we have already some examples and how we can further it. But since this document is then rather special, we thought these examples can be put in the annex. And of course, the whole process was guided by why should we do open science. And this somehow evolved into our Open Science Cosmos graphic. And we think this is a very important one and also a main outcome of our document. So here it is, finally. And I will present the final structure. So we have the preamble, the vision, a future with open science, the definition, the areas of tension, the aims and recommendations, the validity, and the annex with the achievements of our institutions. And to Christian Kaya will give a more deep view into our position paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiltrun. Yeah, I would like to continue. I would really like to continue with a few details on our concept of open science and our open science cosmos that contains aims and values commonly associated with open science. What you see here are the 11 elements of open science that we identified as a group. I will explain that in a minute. Okay. And we built sort of various spheres around this term and concept of open science. First, there are immediate aims, including inclusiveness, transparency, collaboration, and others. The ones that should be the first to be affected positively by open access, open science, sorry. Then there are more remote, overarching aims, such as knowledge society, democracy, engaged citizens that should be helped and fostered also by open science. Okay. Thank you. And finally, as the outermost sphere, values. Values that we think can be fostered by implementing and practicing open science.
It was also important to us that the illustration can be read both ways, meaning inside out as well as outside in, starting with the values such as trust, equity, diversity. Because the way you interpret or the way you prioritize the values may impact the very notion of open science and the very transition to open science. The list of terms contained here is not exhaustive. We gathered it together from various documents, discussed them in our group, and we think that it may change over time, but this is the best we came up with, and that's our result as a group. So, coming to the 11 elements of open science we identified. These are governance, publications, typically addressed as open access, data, including fair data or open data, research data management plans, infrastructures such as repositories, methods, awareness and training, evaluation, including open metrics, research assessment, open peer review, and others, communication, and the three already mentioned, citizen science, open education, and open innovation that we first considered to be neighboring concepts, but the very concept of open science is still very much in development, and we decided to include these three also in the core concept. Just to pick one area to show you how we went with this central part of aims and recommendations within the openness position paper. The aims are meant to provide guidance for an open science transformation of the Alliance. They were customized to the Alliance, inspired, again, by other documents, because there is a vision of the European University Association that's called Universities Without Walls. There's a Lehrbuch position paper on open science. There's the famous and very important UNESCO recommendations on open science and others. So we are not building this from scratch, but we customized it to the Alliance in our discussions. This slide shows the aims for the awareness and training element, dealing with issues such as education, information resources, and curricula. So this is the aims part. And this is the following, these are the following recommendations that are meant to show concrete guidance and concrete steps to tackle the aims. They suggest concrete action that should be taken and include creating a central open science website for researchers, offering training courses, and introducing open science prizes within Arqus as a reward and also as a tool to raise awareness for open science practices. The next slide, the visualization, is not part of our position paper. This is just to illustrate that. Anything I'm doing wrong? Ah, yeah, sure. Thank you. Sorry for that. This slide is just to show by the example of the University of Graz that open science is a strategic issue that involves many actors and stakeholders across the universities and is everything else than easy to implement. You can find here not only the rectorate and researchers, obviously, but also a whole lot of other actors, including existing initiatives. In the case of the University of Graz, this would be a digital humanities initiative and a social science data service, including also the Doctoral Academy, the Library International Office, Research Support Office, and others. And just think about the very problem or challenge of getting all these together and getting all these aligned and talk to each other on the topic of open science. This is to illustrate the complexity of the issue of the actual implementation of this change process. Chances and challenges. To sum it up, this activity, the openness activity in Arqus, presented to us a unique opportunity to work together and to reflect on openness as an international alliance of universities with different backgrounds, different people involved from different departments, obviously, different approaches and histories, and we are proud that we managed to guide the discussion process in a way that we are now here, standing here, presenting a result. Obviously, and I'm not the first one to state this, our collaboration was massively obstructed by the pandemic. We had over 30 meetings as an openness task force or as a co-author team. Online collaboration is certainly not comparable to in-person discussions. We somehow managed, but it was difficult to get to know each other and to get to know the different roles of all the people involved. This was really, for a long time, intransparent for us, and we had to struggle to get an impression of who these people are with whom we are accepting this challenge. As for the future, we are now fulfilling our task of the openness activity, standing here, being honored in an incredible setting, and having you listening to our results. Still, of course, a position paper should not be an end in itself. As has already been mentioned, we are happy to be useful, as it seems, with the position paper to Arqus RI and the work package on open science there, and also other work packages, possibly. We actually hope that we will be, that the position paper will be useful in actually implementing open science as a strategic principle in Arqus institutions, and that it can inspire institutional policies in Arqus universities where there are none yet. So there are 2 or 3 of them across Arqus, but quite a few of Arqus institutions do not have an open science policy, and our position paper may serve as support for the topic, for orientation. Finally, and we are really looking forward to that, we hope that the position paper will inspire discussions not only within the Alliance, but also beyond. We found out that not each Alliance, by far not each Alliance, has set itself the objective of creating such a position paper on openness. And we do think that this is such an important and huge future-oriented topic that others will have to deal with this topic as well, and maybe our position paper can be of help also for them. This is the thank you slide, and it comes. Thank you. Not quite finished yet. I have a list of people to thank. I'll try to keep it short. First of all, our co-authors, as Hildrun has already mentioned, it's a huge team, and we are lucky to have them. It would not have been possible to create this document without all of them. The reviewers, we would like to thank the reviewers and all those who gave feedback on the document. We would like to thank our Vice Rector, Petra Schaper-Winkel, for providing us with a great vision for the document that we could use, and it's very inspiring and really gives a focal point to the whole position paper. And we would like to thank, of course, Professor Vieira de Castro for his feedback on the document earlier on, for his kind words today. Sherifa, to you as well, a great talk. Thank you so much for providing us with the context. And I would also like to thank Dr. Ruth Ladenheim, who will be next on stage and tell us a bit more about the topic of openness from her perspective. Thank you very much.
Thanks again for this final and an explanation on the paper. We know we are all a little tired, but we have, of course, our final guest, and then we are going to wrap it up the things for continue also our activities for today. So some final thoughts for our last guest of today.
So we invited to the floor Dr. Ruth Ladenheim, former State Secretary in the Ministry of Research and Director General of the Centro Interdisciplinario de Estudios en Ciencia, Tecnología, Innovación de Buenos Aires. Sorry for my bad Spanish. But she is also one of the members of our International Advisory Board. So thank you so much.
So thank you, everybody, and thanks to be here at this final session. I want to, first of all, thank the members of Arqus to having me on the International Advisory Board, since I come from the Global South, from Argentina, so it's a feature of inclusion of Arqus also. So I would like to thank that and remark that. So I will try to be short and just make small comments about the position paper. So first of all, try to highlight that the position paper presents values, principles, and standards shared by the Arqus Alliance and highlights common aims and recommendations on how to achieve them. So for me, it has been a very important effort of coordination and meetings, such as Hidron and Christian have described. So I really appreciate also the honesty of showing also the tensions and the complexities that exist in the building of a community of openness, such as, for example, the administrative burdens that are there and to other administrative burdens that already exist, and the problem of academic freedom of the researchers that want to choose where to publish, open or not open, and also the big issue of how research reaches society through the commercial application of results, and therefore there you have to be careful and protect and use the intellectual property rights, or directly, if you can, just share results. It depends on the discipline, it depends on the results. Sometimes it's also a tension because it's a tension inside the brain of the researcher. What my results would be commercially applied or not. So it's interesting. So when I read the paper, I needed to make this map that I want to share with you because it's such a complex cosmos, the opening. So when the first question that I wanted to ask is, for whom is openness? For whom? What are the different beneficiaries of openness? So first of all, the community of researchers. So what is in red there is all the cosmos of researchers, and then you have research and innovation. The open research is there in red, but it's also to the right, you see the society and the education community, like they are also beneficiaries of openness. So I put this here because I wanted not just to comment the interesting position paper, but also to think on future actions and lines about in order to continue this interesting group and these interesting efforts of an open position paper. So for me, and that I was discussing with them, the next step would be think about measuring. Can we measure the effort of opening science? So I would like to show you, I found this paper in the literature, which is people from Delft Institute of Applied Mathematics and the Center of Science and Technology Studies from Leiden University, which is also in belonging to Stellenbosch University in South Africa. And they have just begun to develop indicators of openness, which is not easy because you have to standardize, you have to be clear about what is openness for these people which measure the proportion of open access publication with respect to the total publications. And they have compared, for example, here, different countries. And what we see there, the colored dots are the proportion of open access publication of each university at each country. So what we can see here is that there are countries that are much open than others, but there are also a huge amount of differences between universities inside the same country. So look at the case of the United States, where you have universities that are opening 10-15% of their publications, and others which are reaching 90%. So it's a very heterogeneous photograph of openness. So I wanted to show that because it's an example of measuring. And I was wondering, and I would like to perhaps open the discussion after this panel about, is it possible to measure, is it good to measure openness or the use of open science publications? How many of them are downloaded? How many of them are read? In which disciplines? We can also study the impact of openness. So, for example, is there a consequence of, for example, in productivity of researchers? Are those who are more open more productive? Or is there an increase in collaborations after openness? Or are there new communities being built? Or is people opening science more able to find funding opportunities or building interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary projects, and so on and so on. So we can perhaps think of measuring this kind of productivity. So the first thing to do would be to take a photograph, such as we say in economics, the baseline, take a photograph of what or how much all these indicators of how they are today, and try to measure them year by year and try to see how they are improving or not. So what I wanted to tell also is that evaluation is something that also is related to open science, because we have the possibility of the open peer review, which is something that is very interesting, the traceability of all the process of evaluation, the transparency. So this is also may have also consequences on different aspects of research production. And of course, we have the possibility of measuring those groups that are able to share early the data of the results of their, for example, the laboratory results. And this is an interesting experience. So there are many, many ways of measuring and trying to take photographs of how open science is going through the Arqus Alliance. So just some remarks, some final remarks. I have spoken about open science, monitoring and measuring is something also related to open science, because we can think that perhaps the first criticism on traditional ways of measuring or evaluating science was related to taking measures. So openness, it does not mean that measures are out. Measures are always there. The thing of standardization, we were thinking also that you need to standardize different dimensions of open science in order to be able to measure. So perhaps when you want to standardize, you have to be careful and differentiate what standards are in each discipline, because it's not the same kind of standards when you differentiate per discipline. So it's a complex and very detailed work. Well, I would like to finish with something that is here that I didn't comment, which is the feedback. Those lines, those curves that I put under the publications are the feedback, the positive feedback that is expected to be there. For example, at the left side, we can imagine that some open science could elicit new open innovation projects where companies are involved, or open science to the right side can reach society more easily. So, for example, elicit new citizen science projects, or try to develop new education materials or processes, innovative processes. So this is a sort of positive feedback, and it's not an arrow because it's in both sides. It's from down to top and also top down, because science is being also, it has a feedback from society through openness to those buildings of communities, or also from education communities. So it's in both directions. And that's why I would like to finish with a side coming from the definition of Arqus. I found out that when you have chosen the Arqus way of designing this alliance, I found out that the text is, why Arqus? Because the idea is building bridges toward a shared future to respond to the grand global societal challenges. And also in different documents, mission statements, Arqus aims to enhance the research and innovation dimension of the Alliance's activities and to address current global societal challenges. So this main purpose of reaching society is in the soul of the Arqus Alliance. I don't know if in other alliances, but I see that clearly openness and Arqus are closely related. So that's why I thought that it's not by chance that perhaps, I don't know if there are others, but I didn't see any other position paper. I don't know if it's by chance, but I think it's something that consciously or not, it's interesting that you succeeded in developing a common view just in the openness area. So this, I think, is very good and very promising, because it's a way of translating the purpose of the construction of the Alliance, reaching society, with the openness as a tool. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ledenheim, for your final remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm sure you all see that time is really running out. So we have to finish up this final session. And we want to thank you, all the speakers, for their participation and intervention to our podium and our journey, our day to day, and also you for being here, listening and taking part of the discussion, of course. But the day is not finished yet.
No, we still have things to do.
It's not a threat, but
exactly. You can rest a little bit, but we'll see each other at 8 o'clock at Caffè Pedrocchi. So you will participate at the ceremony for awarding the Teaching Excellence Awards. So we are really looking forward to that moment, and we hope that you do too. And also,
there's the gala dinner after that. Yes. So we are supposed to have some relaxed chat, a glass of wine or an alcoholic something if you don't like wine. But we suggest a glass of wine. And of course, tomorrow at 12:30, there's the conclusion part of all the conference. And so you are invited to join us here for our final thoughts and final thinking together.
So see you later. Please remember your app and your QR code to enter the dinner. And I'm really sure that we're going to have a lovely evening together. Thank you very much for your effort, for your participation, and for everything.
Bye.
Thank you.